I can't see chat. It's literally just subs. All I see are subs. What the fuck, man? The channel record was a level 30 hype train. Bro, this is absolutely insane. You ready for this?
I'm so proud of you.
Don't be lazy. Subscribe to GHAZZY today.
Did you seriously eat more chips?
Yeah, give me that.
You fucking piece of shit! What the? Well, we just broke 15,000 subscribers. Fucking Christmas time! You're using it without the thing! Like, I'm not even using my offerings at the moment. Good. But like, you should be keeping distance. Ooh, divine lord. No! Ah! Fucking feed me. Shove it down my throat, okay? Man, I'll get on my knees if I have to. Let's go, dude. How's the gamer, you know, dead? Really is it bad? Boom! Like this. Oh my god, there's no way! What the fuck? Ah! Bye everyone, my wife and I have dinner plans for now. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Because apparently I'm just gonna be here forever, Mako. Forever! 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3. No! 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 4, 3, 2, 1. No! No! 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over! It's over! Oh man, it's over. Come on, just be happy, okay? Be happy. Yo, 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 yo. Boy, Dragon with a sub. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, dude. How you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Yo, 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 yo. How's everybody doing? Holy shit, dude. What a day I've had. 0.5 stream previews, so we don't have anything yet. Road to Vostok. Already game of the year for me. Try it. No, I don't have the time, actually. Call in a favor. We need a preview right now. Call in a favor. I don't know about that. So for those of you who missed it, my daughter, she, her friend, or my friend's kid, he has chicken pox. And Lily got sick. Hannah had studies. And our babysitter couldn't make it this morning. So I had fallen asleep for like 2 hours. And my fiance wakes me up and like, this happened. And I'm like, okay, I'll get up. Anyways, so that's what I've been doing. And then she got back home about an hour ago and decided to have some food before going live. So here we are. We'll see how it goes. I saw a interview of one of GGG's co-founders, Mr. Brian Weissman, had an interview with Chris Wilson. So I want to watch that video today. good that she gets chickenpox early ages. You know, the scary part is, so I've talked about this before, but like I don't remember anything from my life till I turned like 10 or 11 years old due to childhood trauma. So I didn't know if I'd had chickenpox before. So Technodoc, thanks so much for the 19 months, man. So I called my mother. I was like, "Yo, mom, have I ever had chickenpox?" And she doesn't remember. I was like, "Okay, well, shit," because you know I've been close to my daughter last few days, so I don't know. If I haven't had it, I'm going to get it now, and I'm not going to enjoy that. That shit kills you. It can kill you when you're when you're an adult. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, I've had it. My older siblings have had it, but my brother is 6 years older than me. My older sister, is 10 years older than me, and my younger sister don't know. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Get your blood test. I mean, it's too late now. It's basically going to be in a position where it's like if I haven't had it, I'm going to get it now. So hopefully not. It means it didn't get into deep calculation mechanic synergy, I guess. Wait, what? Bro played 1,500 hours without understanding any of the builds he was playing. Oh, this guy? Every league, I just pick whatever looked the coolest in the build guides to YouTube and follow it step by step. No thinking, no understanding. Just copying whatever creator said it was the best way to farm currency. Then I get bored, switch builds, repeat the exact same cycle. I really knew how any of it worked. Yesterday, I randomly came across Schwingy's channel. Something clicked. I decided to try making my own build for once. And honestly, I'm having way more fun. Yeah, my build would probably make experienced players cry. Yeah, I'm spending way more time troubleshooting than actually progressing. But figuring things out myself feels way more rewarding than just blindly following instructions. Never tried it. I genuinely recommend giving it a go. Stay sane. There's nothing wrong with this statement. I think a lot of people find themselves in this position. I think this is admirable, personally. Maybe I'm wrong, but did you play less PoE Mirage than the usual? Yes. Yes, I played about a week, which is probably the shortest I've ever been in a PoE 1 league. I mean, clearly he must have understood, but you know, the basic stuff or whatnot, right? It's always more fun until you hit a wall. I mean, everyone plays the game differently. I think this is admirable. He was a banger. I think that the Mirage League was a banger for people that enjoy generating their in-game wealth by farming. That or Soul Self-Fun, of course, but Soul Self-Fun, I really liked it, yeah. I'm not saying that Mirage League was not good. I think Mirage League was pretty damn good. It's just that everything that the league made really good was the parts of the game I don't like the most. It's the ones I like the least, if you will. The way I like to play the game is I like to not juice up and farm my currency. I profit craft, I flip, and then I gamble and craft. And I think that's fun. And then I played different builds and all those things. And there was very little changes on the minion front. Like, there was almost no changes there. So I made some plans to play some non-minion stuff. But, you know, the more I played, the more I was like, I'm kind of feeling awkward in this position. So for those of you who missed what happened in PoE League, for me, was that on day 4, I had already been starting to gamble the House of Mirror cards. I then lost. Now, mind you, losing. I never made profit from my gambling of House of Mirror cards. I never made profit because I never sold the cards. I kept gambling and lost them all. Then I profit crafted and made myself some more currency, bought more cards, rinse, repeat, right? That's how I did it. And a week into the league, I had lost 2,500 divines. It's 2,500 divines that I've generated and then lost in 1 week of playing the game. And normally, I don't start the whole gambling away my currency until a week into the league. But I'd already started it 4 days in. And it was like, yeah, stop before they win big. I mean, the currency doesn't matter to me when I start doing that. It's just for the fun of it. So I really don't give a fuck about losing it or not. And all I'm saying is I end up in a position where if I have generated 2,500 divs in a week and I have nothing to spend it on except for gambling, I don't know. I'm just lacking incentive. I could keep profit crafting, making about a half a mirror to a mirror a day, and then keep gambling. But I mean, where's the fun in it? I think that I probably would have streamed it more, at least a few more days, if I had, got plus on the cards, because then I probably would have. Yeah, I probably would have just tried to get, as many hundreds of cards as I could just for the fun of it. But since I lost everything, I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of whatever. And then I just stopped because I had other things that were more fun and interesting. When do you think 0.5 will release? May 8th? Yes, I think May 8th is the most realistic date. That profit level crafting, you could just work in stupid expensive builds. But that's the thing though, Loop Pack. I already did. I already did. I had close to perfect gear on my character. And I just didn't have the incentive to play another Spectre build again. Which is what I did last time and a league before that. Like, I played a Spectre build basically every league. You have $5 donated on YouTube. Did GG say anything about releasing the cocaine ants out of jail? It's not coming back. Really hope that they'd just remove the ice explosion skill and re-release them. Yeah, I was hoping that too, but they're not coming back. Let's see what kind of roads. Oh, got it. Isn't that a problem every league besides the Mirage currency drop? No, because other leagues I've felt incentivized to play other builds. What I'm lacking in PoE personally is a shakeup of meta builds. Poison minion builds have remained the same for many years. Spectre builds in PoE has remained the same for many years. The only real big change was like dominating blow, which actually we could have done last league. Decided to do it this one. And the addition we got to the minion builds was congregation, and that was it. I'm not saying that's not a big thing. It was. It's just that it didn't change the builds we played for many, many years now. There's the limitation on incentivizing new things. So I decided to play a non S tier build. I think the DB build is an A tier due to its bossing capabilities. I think 0.5 will have a lot of change regarding minion, either balance a new one. No, I actually am not expecting. I'm expecting 0.5 to be in a similar fashion that PoE Mirage League was, with rather small changes to the majority of builds in the game. And I think that we're going to end up. I think we're going to end up in a position where. I think we're going to end up in a position where the outliers, the top end, are going to see some stuff happening. Like, for example, Chaos and Crit, Comet, for example, stuff like that. I think those things will see some be addressed, but I don't think that the general, like the masses of builds, will be attended to the same degree. Because because of a large variety of reasons, right? That's kind of where I'm at when it comes to what I'm expecting for 0.5. Because it's not going to be a balance patch. I don't think so. Blood mages and small changes to builds. Yeah, but I mean, I think the outliers will obviously be addressed, but I don't think they'll make like a big overhaul or something. Because I think that the efforts and everything will be spent elsewhere, if you will. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Whole thing with PvE2 for me is to make my own builds much easier in PvE1 without keeping up with everything that's been added in the past 3 to 5 years. Makes sense. Because I guess is this league we drop Last Flame Relic, the incense. I don't know, dude. I don't know about that. I don't know how many fucking Sekiro runs I've done. I've still never seen it, dude. Never seen it. Never seen it, dude. All right. So I don't really have any major plans today. The only plan I have is do some React content, check if there's any new videos we should watch, and later today I'm going to be talking a little bit about Albion. It's pinned in the YouTube chat and Twitch chat as well. Actually, you can type ! Albion, because tomorrow I'll be playing Albion online. And I've teamed up with my lovely co-host of the Tavern Talk, Mr. Darth Microtransaction. We are playing on the NA server, and we have a guild there called Beach Enjoyers. And here's the thing. We're going to need as much help as possible, because there's a huge... I'm going to pause the music for this. There's a humongous, and I mean humongous, competition that's going on between a shitload of streamers. And we're going to need our community's help to beating this. This is a sponsored event. All cards to the table. It is a sponsored thing. And it's a shitload of streamers. And we're going to be having a competition. Mr. Lupak here in the chat, by the way. He is one of our officers. And he's the veteran god in Albion Online who's going to be helping us sorting this. So if anybody wants to join, check out the pinned message. Type !Albion. You can check out the link there and all the information. And this starts tomorrow. And I'm quite excited for it because I've only heard good things about it. And we'll be going pretty fucking hard in Albion. So if you guys want to play with me or DM or hang out in our community there and help us beat this fucking competition, you know what to do. We'll talk about it later. I want to watch this video because this, the man on the left here, this is Brian Weissman, one of the co-founders of GGG, talking to Chris Wilson, another co-founder of GGG. And they're discussing Magic the Gathering and whatnot, and which has been, you know, a big impact and influence on Path of Exile since the very dawn of time. So I'm going to watch this video. This guy, Brian Weissman, I have a funny story. I talk about it later when we watch the video. But yeah, he is the deck guy. Is there a minion build in Albion? I don't think so. Like, I have never played Albion before. I've literally just done the tutorial. So I'm hoping you guys can fill me in and help me out with information. And the loop pack here is able to answer any questions and whatnot. But we can check it out from there. If you guys want to help out, whether or not you like the PvP or not, it doesn't matter because you can play the PvE parts of the game and help us grow the guild that way. Because we're going to have basically goals that we want to achieve. So we'll have what's called a guild journal, and in that journal we'll have to see what the things we as a guild have to beat essentially in this competition. We need to basically do these things. So we'll see how many of you guys are interested in joining in. You can play with me, play with DM, and play with both of us, and hang out in the community. It's going to be real fun. Ben, you with the 23 months. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. So before we dive into this video, is there anything else we want to check? Is there any information, any news, PoE? Any news at all? Race event, gathered data 1. What else do we have? Wrapped up the Rapture Gauntlet. What was this? Rapture Gauntlet stats. What happened here? This is in PoE1 though. It is wrapped up. Rapture Gauntlet work. Exiles compete against each other. Yada 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 yada. Character class pick rate 28% when Templar. Ben won once again won, yeah. Look at this dude. Holy shit. X5 completion rate 6.67%. Dude, Ranger has a 1.25. They said one Maven, but there were actually more people who entered Maven. So this is not correct, really? But it says 106 instances here. Another $5 donated, Idcal. Thank you. This is why I hate GGG. Instead of releasing more unbalanced content, they remove, replace, reduce first the jewel slots and now build variety. I mean, build variety, I think, is pretty high up there. It's just the problem is that it's remained the same for a long time, so it's not changing. But the build variety is pretty high. It's just that I personally don't like that the build variety is high but not changing, because I'd rather have it lower and then changing, personally. Yeah, so one of the swords should be completely different weapon type. Change my mind. Day 5 Ben cleared it, so people quit. Jesus. Wait, what? Only one instance of Uber Eater, Uber Elder, Uber Maven, Uber Exarch was done? What? That's the part that's not correct? One Uber Maven Young also did it? Oh. Just say that we're all thinking you want more cooler minion builds and better zombies. Yeah, we want that as well. I'm just saying I'd rather have them changing so like there's something new that is like the higher performing versions. Fastest campaign runs from league start. Finish campaign all 71. The Ranger, holy shit. 3.9169 hours for the campaign. Sheesh. In the gauntlet, that's pretty fucking good. Karn is in the list, yo! Not a single necro, of course. Fastest campaign overall. Jesus fucking Christ. Announcement today? I don't know. That's kind of wild, though. Hit luck deaths, yeah. You know how much time I spent in the gauntlets? I spent about 3 minutes in the gauntlets. Are you going to try the new Torchlight season today? I will probably play it off stream, yes. I play Torchlight every season. The question is whether or not I'm streaming it or not. Now, the problem for me with Torchlight this time around is that I have an Albion mega event tomorrow, and I'm very excited for that, and that's been scheduled for a long time. So I'll be playing and focusing on streaming Albion. I just don't have the time to stream it. But I'll probably check it out off stream because I heard about the Spectre thing. And so maybe I'll play it out off stream and whatnot. But like today, I intend to having a little shorter stream. We're going to talk a little bit about PoE. I'm going to watch that video. And then I want to hop over to Albion Online and yap a little bit about that. Maybe make some research and look up the game. So I know what the fuck I'm going to do in the game. And then outside of that, I'm just going to have a shorter stream. My daughter is very sick at the moment. So that's my plan. So I'm going to do that, and then tomorrow we're going to Albion. We're going to stream Albion. I don't think I'll stream Torchlight this time, but I'll play it. I like Torchlight. It's a fun game. Just don't have the time to stream it right now. All right. Anyways, let's just dive into it. Let's watch this video. So this is, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Brian Weissman and Chris Wilson. Both of these guys are founders of Grinding Gear Games, you know, a long time ago, a long ass time ago. And Brian Weissman is having Chris Wilson over for a discussion about Magic the Gathering. And what's really interesting with this is that Magic the Gathering used to be, still is, I guess, a very big influential factor to the entire Path of Exile franchise, to be honest. What's also interesting is this man, Mr. Brian Weissman himself. For those of you who are Magic the Gathering fans, which I know there's a lot of you guys out there in the PoE scene, this is the guy who created the deck. And if you don't know what the deck is, it doesn't really matter if I shouldn't need to explain it. Like, the deck is like the coolest thing that has ever happened in Magic the Gathering, if you ask me. The most insane thing. Brian Weissman was the creator of that deck. And here's a little fun fact. So I've been to ExileCon, the 2 ExileCons that existed. And I met these people, of course. And so I met Brian there. We were in Jonathan's house. And we were talking about Magic the Gathering. And me and Brian hit it off really well. And he was like, hold on, GHAZZY. And then he just left. And I was like, okay. And then he brings out a deck of cards. And he hands it to me, and I start like going through the cards. And like after like a couple cards in, I'm like, oh. So what I was holding in my hands was the deck that Brian was literally touring with, flying to tournaments and playing with. Those cards, I've held them in my hands. It was the coolest Magic the Gathering experience I've ever had. Straight up. I have a lot of cool memories from Magic the Gathering, but Brian gave me the top Magic the Gathering memory that I've ever had. And that is actually holding the deck, the original, the OG, the deck. That was so cool. But, it's a lot of money in that card. So when I was holding it, I was terrified that I was going to drop something or whatever. It's like halfway through, I'm like, please take it back, bro. I can't hold this. But that is Brian Weissman. I want to listen in on this because they're having a discussion about this regarding Magic the Gathering. And it would be good if I had sound on.
An amazing day. I have a truly special treat for you. In front of me is my dear friend, my colleague, my trench warrior, my co-founder, and honestly, one of the coolest people I have ever met on planet Earth. Chris Wilson, thank you for coming on today to talk to me.
Hey, Brian, great to see you.
Man, this is a conversation I've been wanting to have for a long time, Chris. We have so much to discuss, and I don't even know where to begin. I think the first thing I want to ask you, and it's particularly germane to our conversation today, how did you get started in Magic the Gathering? When I met you, in, I believe it was either 1999 or 2000, you had already been playing Magic for a little while, but you were living all the way down in New Zealand. So I'd love to hear a little bit of that Magic the Gathering origin story.
So I got into it when I was like 11 or 12. A friend asked for Magic card packs for his birthday, and I had no idea what that meant. So I went to the store that he said, bought him some packs, and didn't understand what he was going to do with them. I thought it was like some Warhammer thing or whatever. And, obviously I then quickly got addicted myself. And, by the age of 13 or 14, I had my dual lands and all that kind of stuff. And I actually got out of Magic as a teenager. I got interested in other stuff and, just sold my cards, $20 for a dual land and was completely out. And it was only after meeting you at university, well, while I was at university, obviously you were in the States. It was only while meeting you and discussing Magic that I got back into it, and I started playing again at university. And of course, then, because I was an adult and, had at least part-time job, I was able to afford to actually buy some cards. And then I gradually started accumulating a collection from that point and, just realized it was a good idea to start picking up pieces I couldn't afford as a kid, like alpha and beta cards and that kind of stuff.
I actually didn't realize that I was the catalyst to you coming back into the game, although it does.
I think a lot of us that plays or have played Magic Gathering has like a story like that. Because it's like, for me, when I was younger, people play like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon or whatever the fuck, like all of these different card games. But everyone who played card games kept reverting into Magic Gathering. No matter what card game you played, you went to Magic Gathering because it was the staple, the top end shift. This is the card game kind of approach. At least that's how it was for me and my friends when I grew up.
Sort of makes sense. And I do remember, I think when you and I first met, you relayed to me that you had actually heard about me prior to our meeting, that you had,
yes,
that the reputation of the deck and stuff had made its way all the way down to New Zealand. and affected the metagame there. What did you actually encounter? I've always been very curious, and I've never really asked you.
I was aware of people because when I initially played the game, it was with early cards. And so when I was aware of Magic and seeing people printing cards and stuff, I knew that Type 1 existed, vintage essentially, as it would be called these days, with the old cards, which are the ones that I knew. And so when I was following Magic stuff, those were the games I was looking at of people playing vintage. And they, of course, name dropped you constantly because, the deck was, I mean, I played variations of the deck up until like 2011 or something, right? Like, that deck lasted decades. In terms of its metagame dominance. And so your name was dropped often enough that when, we net through Diablo 2, I remember thinking there can't be that many Brian Weissmans into gaming, especially into gaming at that level. And a quick Google search confirmed that you were indeed the same person, which was very cool.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable coincidence I relayed to so many people over the last, God, it's been like 26 years, if you can believe it. I was wondering actually if one of the people that inspired you that you watched play in New Zealand was James White, the co-creator of Flesh and Blood. Obviously, if people have heard of that game, was he one of the people that you encountered playing?
Yeah, he ran the New Zealand or the Auckland tournaments. He had a group who put on all the pre-releases and stuff. And this was back when a pre-release would be like 300 people with multiple flights simultaneously. They rent out a whole hall and everyone congregates before it became like distributed to LGSs. And so he was running that scene. And that's what gave him the tournament experience that let him make, the tournament game Flesh and Blood.
I remember playing against James actually on my first trip to New Zealand in 2005 when you and we had already hung out, I think, a handful of times. I think you had come to California a few times. And I was living in Davis at the time. But I remember going out there in 2005 and meeting a bunch of those people you're describing who were, it's crazy to think that those valuable cards were able to find their way all the way down to New Zealand. How did you acquire anything of consequence in New Zealand before modern internet-based card distribution?
Well, back in the 90s, it was pretty much what you get from the local card store. Like the first set to come out in New Zealand, I think, was unlimited, a few packs, and like it was revised that I was playing with. And I remember the day where I went in to buy my weekly revised pack, and they handed me 4th edition because that was it, And I find like a wall of spears or something like that in there, and I'm very confused. The cards they just look different, and I was very sad that day. Not as sad as on Homeland's Day, but it was it was very interesting. But basically, like back then in 94, 95, there was technically like a small degree of internet access through like a computer at school, but that was text-based, and I hadn't heard of the web, and I certainly wasn't going to be going and buying cards. So it really was just going down to the local store and trading and getting ripped off horribly. I still remember someone saying to me that when I pulled out the Jewel Lands, his eyes lit up as I traded the Jewel Lands for Lord of Atlantis and stuff.
Oh boy. Yeah, you didn't even know what you were doing at the time.
Well, I was like 12, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting actually when you were talking about that. I was reminded immediately of this sort of aesthetic that you and I hold in common. This ethos about friction in gaming systems and how the first friction that you experienced as a gamer, I expect that you probably played games, certainly computer games, prior to discovering Magic. But Magic is, a totally unique product. There's never been anything like it. Kind of really sense as well in terms of the fusion of both collectability and the structure of play. But how?
I mean, like it always came down to like this scenario of Magic Gathering being like the first big, really good trading card game, and it's like it just became the staple pinnacle content of it, if you will. Similar to how World of Warcraft became this huge catalyst in the entire world for MMO games, mostly because of marketing. Like I know there's great MMOs before that, Ultima Online, Tibia, RuneScape, all of these games. Like it's always been there, right? But you have this one game in the genre that sticks out and just becomes the staple pinnacle part of it, right? And I mean, there's always this saying, live long enough to see the hero become a villain kind of thing. If you look at World of Warcraft, a lot of people are not very happy with how retail looks these days. Magic the Gathering has been innovating on a consistent basis for so freaking long, and now as of late, now they're just borrowing IPs from other things, and now you have Final Fantasy cards and shit into Magic the Gathering, which is kind of awkward and weird. but it took them long enough to get there.
Well, your first experience,
still-
and mine as well, actually, and certainly Eric's. The fact that Eric is an old school Magic player too, going all the way back to the mid '90s in Sweden. All
He's talking
three of
about
us
Eric
in our own
Olofsson,
way
another
had
co-founder
to
of
deal
Path of
with
Exile.
scarcity, had to confront scarcity, and it wasn't just scarcity of cards, but it's also scarcity of information. Even if you have access to lots of cards, if you don't know what's valuable, you still exist in a scarcity bubble anyway. And how all three of us and our experience of dealing with scarcity in the context of collecting Magic began to really value it in a way that was, I wouldn't say peculiar, but definitely a product of the time, almost a product of generations. You're a millennial, right? Right at the beginning. And I'm kind of late
Here's the
Gen
video,
Z.
by the way.
I'm 51
Also
this
YouTube
year.
as well.
And the friction points that existed, not just in the consequence of collecting a game like Magic the Gathering, but just generally in my life, when it came to trying to learn new things or find new things or acquire new things, entrenched in me this sort of feedback loop of goal setting and pursuit and reward that right away wound its way into the Magic experience also. And when you and I and Eric and Jonathan set to work on PoE, that was an incredibly important thing. It's something that you've echoed so many times in conversations and lectures and interviews and so on. And I'd certainly like to see what you think about that general idea. Also in terms of how it kind of informed your later I wouldn't call it a mania, although it's close to it, but your mania to continue to collect Magic.
Yeah. I think that treating game objects, whether they're trading cards or items in an RPG, as kind of artifacts that have value, is the key thing to making a certain subset of players really feel good about having those. Like when I was a kid and I had Magic cards, I couldn't just go and get a Black Lotus, right? There might not have even been a Black Lotus on my city. That was a thing that would physically have to get on a plane to come to New Zealand. It required an active intervention that I was not able to do as a child. And compare with these days, with the ease of the internet, if I want another Black Lotus, I could have it ordered in 60 seconds while we're on this call, if you see what I mean. Like there's people on Discord messaging me right now trying to sell me Lotuses. It's very easy. But back then that required, people talked about having seen one. They talked about having seen one with reverence, right? There were like Polaroid photos of the time that they saw it. I remember when I went...
It's all yellowed on the wall.
When I went to Davis to meet you in 2001 or whatever, and I saw your cards, I remember us laying them out on the floor and me taking a photo. And this is like alpha and beta, entirely pimped out, copy of the deck with full power and full dual lands.
Yeah, no alpha. It was banned at the time, but yeah, beta.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to besmirch your collection with
alpha. No, it's fine. Just for accuracy.
Yes. Yeah. So a fully baited out deck, and that blew my mind. Like I hadn't seen a beta card before, right? Let alone a Black Lotus, let alone the rest of it, let alone yours. And so that was the thing where I took one photo on my old digital camera and showed that to people for years. Because when they're like, oh, did you really meet Brian? Is it the same Brian? I show them the photo and they're like, oh, yep. Okay, yep. Wow. Asking me questions. What do the cards feel like? Like, did they feel old? What do they smell like? Did you let you smell them?
Cool.
And the same is true when you're exploring an RPG, for example, and you're on the edge of your seat trying to find new stuff, and you haven't just read a guide, you haven't watched a video, and you don't know what items are possible, and you hear about there being something in the game. Like I remember back in early Diablo 2, the Stone of Jordan was almost a fabled unique item. And I remember that G. Frazier, the community manager at the time, was talking on Battle.net forums early on about how he was looking to trade for another Stone of Jordan for his sorceress for the plus skills. But no one knew how to get them because there was a trick to it. They wouldn't drop or gamble unless you had the other unique rings in the game. And so it was an item that was unavailable. And the people in the enlightened few who knew how to get it were able to get these. And us plebs could not until we knew the secret. And there was this feeling there. And I think that it was that community sense of unavailability and like status for the Stone of Jordan that eventually led to it being like.
We had something similar to this in the early days of PoE, actually. There was, if I remember this correctly, the Forsaken Masters update in PoE. That's when we first got introduced the benchcraft in PoE. And what happened was crafting manipulation with modifier tags when that was first figured out, there was only a handful of people in the entire community that knew how to do it. And they printed, and I mean printed currency doing it. So back in the day, you had to like level up your masters, get them to level 8. Then that unlocked the metacraft that they had for each individual. People did like there was daily quests and shit, it was like a +3 level of skills to something, staffs or bows or something like that. That people were able to deterministically craft for a very little amount of currency. But since people didn't know how to do that, people were buying those for a ridiculous amount of currency, but they didn't cost much to craft. And the guys printed it for an entire league, and then I believe at the end of the league or after the league or something, they made this huge post on Reddit explaining what it is they did. And that kind of kickstarted the whole process of what crafting in Path of Exile is today, where we are manipulating modifier tags to achieve the crafts that we want in the game. But that was originally only known by a few people, similar to what Chris Wilson was talking about with the Stone of Jordan situation. Like, it was unavailable for the masses; only a handful of people knew.
The iconic thing for Diablo 2. And the reason why the Diablo clone quest these days consumes Stone of Jordans, because they were, such an important part of the community that people duped the hell out of them. And that type of feeling where items just have prestige and value really, really stuck with me. And as obviously when we were designing Path of Exile, that was an important thing we wanted to cultivate. But it was also, without getting into the whole like item weight thing, which is a constant debate with the Path of Exile players, when you're dealing with magic cards, or even Diablo 2 items, they take up room somewhere in a folder, in a box, on an account, as it were. And it's possible to misplace them. Like, I've misplaced a deck before, and now I don't have that until I find it again. Like, it's a real world problem that I don't know where I put it. And if I want to move cards from one folder to another, that takes time and risks damaging the cards. I have to buy little sleeves to put them in. I have to do all of these steps, but it makes the things feel real. Whereas, if you're playing, say, Hearthstone or something, you've got a spreadsheet of cards on your account, and they're all the same as each other. There's no condition, and they don't feel real as a result of that. And so that's one of the reasons why, a game like Path of Exile involves manual manipulation of items, having to put them in tabs in the right places, and a bit of busy work, because it makes you treasure those things. And I'm sympathetic if someone's played the game for 30,000 hours, then they're treasuring them a little bit less because it becomes a numbers game. And that's, that's one of the many contentious things about item weight, is that it stops feeling meaningful once you're 30,000 hours in. Like, certainly now when I'm dealing with my magic cards and I've got 100,000 of them to sort, that is a bit of a chore some days because the magic's gone, as it were. But, part of the game.
I've been privy to that ritual many.
So I played PoE for 30,000 hours, and out of all of those hours, I have one item. I'm going to show you the item. I have one item that I cherish more than anything. It was a community effort to pull it off. I've never dropped a mirror now. I don't care about mirrors. Everyone, well, not everyone. A lot of people have had mirrors. A lot of people have dropped mirrors. But there's only one of what I'm about to show you. And not only is it only one, it's it can never, or it will very unlikely ever be recrafted or even made better. And it is this item right here in my display. Can I click the display case, please? There. That's the item right there. This is the quote-unquote best minion helmet that has ever existed in the history of Path of Exile. How do you know it's only one? If someone else crafted something even remotely close to this, it would be a huge thing. This costs us about 12,000 divines to craft. If you try to craft this in Standard League right now, I would assume the cost would be around 25 to 35,000 divines just to try to craft it. And that doesn't even guarantee that you'll hit it. Only 18? Yeah. It's only an 18. We calculated that it would have cost us several thousand more divines trying to get the conk effect to 20. and it would be another couple of thousand divines to try to get to 20 to 25 as well. So we didn't do that. This is the best minion helmet that has ever existed in the history of Path of Exile. And since we corrupted it, there are no copies of it. There are copies of the version of this helmet before the corruption that is out there. But there are no copies of the corrupted version, which is, +2 level of minion gems. And it is such a cool thing. This is worth about between 150 and 200 mirrors in Standard League at the moment. And I will never sell it. It will just sit in my display case. And I've also conveniently placed this. If someone wants to go and check my stash, look at that. They have to hover over my helmet to access my stash. So I've done that deliberately. Chillerville here. It's just collecting dust. And it will forever just sit there on my account in my hideout. It will always be placed on top of my stash. And it's just a thing because I'm very proud of this and I'm very happy we did this because it was such a cool thing. No matter how many hours I have in this game, that item to me is like the pinnacle collection thing for me.
Many times in the countless hours that you and I have hung out. You generally did not do that. Didn't normally do it at the office, but the moment you got home, it's, open up the mail and begin to sort. And it's like a very meditative, tactile thing.
Giant boxes of cards within reach, multiple at once on my desk constantly.
How many sleeves do you reckon you've gone through?
400K.
I believe that. What is 400,000? And they're penny sleeves, right? They're not like actual, they're not Ultra Pro sleeves.
These ones are those little inner sleeves that cost about maybe $3 or $4 a pack of 100. So that makes them maybe 3 or 4 US cents each. So yeah, that's not nothing, right? That's like 16 to 20,000 US dollars worth of.
I was going to say,
in my life.
You must be a sizable portion of their bottom line as a company, just single-handedly.
At MagicCon last year or the year before.
Wait, speaking of Magic cards and money, what I saw on Twitter, there were some people talking about Ashes of Creation. People had apparently spent the funded money to the game had been spent on like some personal chef and Magic cards. Was that ever proven?
Bumped into a dude who worked at the sleeve place. And I'm like, dude, I'm getting these from Japan and it's very expensive. How can we cut a deal? And he didn't care about the, about the quantities. Like, I wanted to say, I'm your biggest customer, but
he's like, you have no idea, Chris.
As an individual, I've purchased more of your sleeves than any other human alive. But,
So I wanted to address what you're talking about. I think that the point about manipulating game objects, making them feel, I think you used the term weighty before. I've certainly used it myself. And it carries its own weight of controversy, unfortunately. Fundamentally, as game developers, this is something I am constantly bringing up with my own dev team. You're creating artifice. You're fooling the person. You're fooling their mind into ascribing value and meaning and adrenaline and novelty into their experience, their visual experience, sometimes their auditory one, sometimes their haptic experience. You're constantly hitting on old, deeply embedded subroutines inside their brain, getting them to trigger the same mechanisms that serve them as a child, as an adult, as a primordial being, essentially, an inheritor to a lineage that's millions and millions of years old. You're trying to tap into that. You're trying to fool their brain into believing that the lance that they're holding in their hand is as real as a lance that they would wield on a battlefield that they inherited from their father, and now they're marching into combat. If you can make the person feel that the lance that they're holding is real, you've won. You're already going to get a visceral, exciting, emotional experience. You get forgiven for all of these other things. And going back to the development of Path of Exile, for example, we were dealing with extremely scant resources. And with very scant resources, you have to tap into things that are the most efficient as a developer. You don't have the advantage of having a $50 million art budget or a $50 million video budget. You can't put in crazy animations. You have to find the feel somewhere else.
Like sound, for example.
sound is a great example. Clink, clank, ding, you know, all the sounds that we found and we identified in Diablo that made that game feel incredibly heavy and weighty and substantial and real, tangible, even though you're dealing with this tiny little pixelated image on a screen. There's such an artistry in doing that correctly. And I think it is something also that we, the four of us, as people who played Magic, really kind of understood right away. That this idea of both pursuit and ownership of a thing that feels fundamentally tangible gets you to actually care more about the game. You have a bigger emotional response to it. A lot of it is autonomic anyway. You don't even understand it, but it's the thing that's like driving you to play until 5 o'clock in the morning. You don't even realize that your brain is actually chasing a certain sound that you heard 30 minutes ago, that kind of thing. And from a developer standpoint, you know, from an ROI standpoint, I think that people don't understand, a lot of people that play games don't necessarily recognize the importance of that. They don't realize, because when it's done correctly.
I saw this interview with, I don't remember the game. It was like a shooter game. And people, basically the meta in this interview, if I recall correctly, maybe someone knows which video it is I've seen. They were saying that the meta was to use one type of weapon, but people said that another weapon, which was like an MP5 or something, needed to get buffed because it wasn't good. But when they looked at the numbers and the recalls and everything, apparently that weapon was better than anything else. And instead of changing the numerical values of it, what they did was they changed the sound that gun had, which made it feel better. And then once they did that, the entire meta shifted and people started using that. And the only thing they changed was sound. I don't remember what game it was, because I remember seeing this interview. It's like a year ago or something. And it kind of makes sense, because like the feel is so important when it comes to games in general. And sound plays a huge factor in that.
When you're able to tap into that basic neurology in a person's brain, and you remove all of the friction about trying to get the person to be fooled that they're actually playing a real thing, it's a way more invigorating and rewarding experience for both the player and for the developer. It's something that I definitely value tremendously as a game developer, and it's one of the things I think that was very special about Path of Exile also. From the get-go, we really focused on sound, and we knew that we couldn't do art and animations nearly as well.
Yeah, sound is a lot more cost-effective to get produced. Obviously, it's hard to get it done well, but you know, it certainly costs orders of magnitude less than the fidelity that you would need to represent that visually with actual art.
Based on that, I'd like to talk about how has Magic changed in this way, in your estimation? Because we're talking about a period of information bubbles, scarcity bubbles, of both tech and material cardboard, and all the hoops that you had to jump through as a player and as a collector. And I'm curious to know, was there a period in time that you could identify when it started to feel different for you?
There's this, on the topic of information, there's a point here that I suspect people wouldn't expect me to make, which is that obviously Magic has changed a lot in the last few years, right? And I'm not a big fan of many of those changes.
Yeah,
but with regard to information,
he's talking about the IP stuff.
There's so many cards being printed these days that I actually don't recognize some of them in each game that I play. Like, I'll go to a tournament, even a vintage tournament, where people are playing cards from back in the day, but there are so many new cards being printed from whatever set came out on Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever, if there's 2 set releases that week. And I always see something new. And I imagine this is worse in Commander, because Commander often uses more modern cards, there's so much new stuff showing up. And that feeling of, what is this thing you have across the table from me? Like this artifacts you've conjured out of nowhere that I haven't seen online, has actually come back with modern Magic. And I'm not, I'm not trying to phrase this as a positive thing, because there's lots of drawbacks to the fact that they're printing cards as fast as they can. But it's fascinating that this concept of seeing a thing that wasn't available in your metagame, like we didn't have Arabian Nights cards in New Zealand. If someone brought an Arabian Nights card to New Zealand, we all were puzzled by it. And what was this thing that someone has? Is it legal? Are we allowed to play with it? And the same thing happens with, say, the fourth Spider-Man set of that week or whatever, right? Like, you know, there's a card that we haven't seen before. What does it here? What does it do? Are you allowed to have it? Is it legal? And it's interesting. There's been a bit of a cycle where the internet normalized information. Everyone understands the perfect X and the perfect meta. But at least for me as now a casual Magic player, I'm starting to get a little bit of the mystery back merely because, you know, I wasn't aware that there were SpongeBob cards until one is used against me or whatever.
Or Street Fighter cards or something.
Yeah. I don't know if that's the answer you were wanting to hear.
No, I mean, it's an interesting take on it, because I think one of the things that's so, on a deeper level, one of the things that's so vexing about this fact, this reality in the game, is that it's honestly a subject of ambivalence. There's pluses and minuses to it. And in fact, I wanted to just relay a conversation I had with Mark Rosewater about a month ago, actually. I was ranting to him in text messages, I often do, about something that was bothering me that I had read about. How outrageous is this? Mark, we need to have a conversation. Mark says, well, I had a whole bunch of ideas about it. He says, it sounds like you just need to talk. When would you like to have lunch? So a couple weeks later, we set a date and I went down and had lunch with Mark. And we were talking about, I mostly just actually talked to him about the game I'm developing, Reclusion, and how it has a lot of intersections with Magic too. And he listened very intently, and I told him about the stories. And then we never really kind of got to the main subject until we pulled up at WotC. And Mark's sitting over in the passenger seat, and I say, Mark, I'm very uncomfortable with Universes Beyond. I need you to change my mind. And he paused for a second, and he said, Brian, is it bad for more people to play Magic? Because that's what's happening right now. And I went, okay, but what version of Magic are they playing, Mark? And he says, well, it doesn't really fundamentally matter. They're playing their version of Magic. And games exist to create enjoyment and joy in people. That's their chief role. It's not to necessarily appease my idea of what a game is, but much more to make sure that the maximum amount of people have the most joy. And right now, Magic is succeeding at doing that in a way that it never has.
I mean, to me, this sounds like a lot like I forget the abbreviation. It's not TMI, TAM, is it? Total TAM, total addressable market. This is why Blizzard, for example, is under a lot of fire from veteran players and gamers, or, you know, about how for example, World of Warcraft is becoming Disney-fied. At the same time as it's, you know, not something that the veteran players would like, because that's also why Classic in WoW, for example, is so popular. It comes down to the capitalistic approach of things, and it just comes down to business in the end. The companies, they're not doing a charity case. It's not a charity project they're doing. It's a business. They need to make money. So obviously, the more people playing their games or buying their products or whatever is obviously the goal of the companies. But at the same time, if that means that more people have the joy from it, then that's just a win-win situation, right, for everybody. Whereas the veteran players see these things when companies go into the idea of total addressable market approach being more important than the core identity and, you know, of the actual game, how it started and whatnot, and not staying true to that, upsets a lot of people. I feel like that's kind of like the topic that they're talking about right now, because we see that this a lot in many games consistently. Like World of Warcraft, I haven't played retail in how many expansions now. I don't have the interest in it. It might be a good game. I've been told by some buddies that it's a great game, and I'm like, I just don't play it anymore. It doesn't cater to my interest right now. Maybe if I played it, I would feel differently about it, but it's gone so far that I'm not willing to say, hey, I'm going to give it a try. I have to be incentivized to give it a try, essentially. And I just don't have the time or put the time to it. I'd rather play Classic as an example of that. And that's just coming down to total addressable market and how the companies are doing that instead. What he's saying here is like they're approaching the game where more people are playing Magic Gathering. That's a good thing. They're getting more people in, more people are buying the product. That makes the company grow financially. But it also means more people are enjoying the game that they've set out to make from the early 90s. But it does come with the downside of veteran players not enjoying or not liking the identity being stripped away.
And I said, well, I heard this thing and I'd like you to validate it for me. Is it true? I heard that when a new Universes Beyond set comes out, that all the people who have never played Magic before but are attracted to that IP specifically, like, for example, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle fans and their nostalgia, that they flock to the product and they buy droves of it and they open up the packs and they post them on social media and they show their friends, and then they put the cards in a binder or a box and they never play Magic again because they only came on board. They were only onboarded because of the intersection of IPs. And Mark said that's not true at all. None of our data shows that. In fact, the opposite is true, is that making a ridiculous Ninja Turtle set or a Spider-Man set actually conscripts hundreds of thousands of new players who go on to begin to care about the game, to play it a lot, to invest in it, and in some cases, to explore older formats as well. Because, you think of it, if you think of like all the people playing Magic in a giant bell curve and where the outliers are, you and I are certainly outliers way over here. Me more as a player, you more as a collector, but we have a lot of intersection. And in order for the things that we care about to persist into the future, this space right out here needs to be as large as possible. Well, the bigger you make the population under the curve, the more people there are in that space. And so in a weird way, the overprinting of the sets, the massive influx of people who seem like they're more casual and stuff actually benefits both the older secondary market as well as the formats that you and I treasure and care about. I'm curious to know if you agree with that.
That's a really interesting idea. I mean, I'm happy for Magic that it is hitting new popularity and all that kind of stuff, but I also feel that I enjoy it a bit less myself. And the argument you're making here is that with more people in, or the argument I guess Mark was making to you that you're repeating, is that with more people in the game, it will widen the group of people that I can interact with, hopefully bringing the Magic back for me. Yeah. And that's a good question. So from my point of view, I want to play Magic and I want it to be old school or vintage. And so in New Zealand, for a long time, we've had annual old school and vintage tournaments. I don't manage to make it to every one, but I at least check how many people are playing. And the answer is often 3, right? Like not a large number. Whereas in the past, you've been to New Zealand's vintage tournaments before. The answer was more like 20
people. Yeah.
Which, for like Auckland, obviously there's people in other cities and stuff, but going down to 3 is a bit of a problem. And sure, vintage cards are expensive. Not everyone wants to throw together $100,000 deck, the usual reasons. And they can't hold on to that asset for the sake of something they're only playing once per year. They probably exited it. But I do feel that I'm going to benefit from what you're talking about only when there's enough vintage being played in New Zealand that I can actually feel the new players. Like when I actually quantitatively go to a tournament and say there's 10 people here now rather than 3, then I will have benefited from the fact it got mass market. The thing, when you were describing that about how the game has moved on slightly and it's getting all these new people in who now know it as something different, that immediately made me worry for Diablo 2. And they're obviously updating the
Who is he talking to? Well, this is Chris Wilson, co-founder of Grinding Gear Games. Most people know of him because he's been the face of Grinding Gear Games and Path of Exile for many years. This person is Brian Weissman, who is also a co-founder of Grinding Gear Games, but he was never a front public face figure of the game. But he's also one of the co-founders of the game
recently, and I don't mean to to talk too much about that here because we're talking about Magic. But
former Magic Gathering professional player as well.
And what if it changes?
Creator of the deck.
Like Magic has changed. It was one thing, and now it's a different thing that I enjoy a little bit less to play because I don't particularly want there to be, like Spider-Man characters and stuff in the game. But with changes to other games that we thought were set in stone, like for example, you're a big fan of Street Fighter 2. Street Fighter 2 itself hasn't been changed in a very long time. If they were to come along and update Street Fighter 2 to have new characters and they meta shifted and other game was all weird and different, that's kind of ruined this thing that you can go back to and enjoy, right? Like if I go back to Diablo 2 and now it's completely different than it was before, then that's potentially like diminished this thing that in my life I could rely on existing. And that's a scary thought. I mean, I'm pleased with the changes they're making. I'm sure it'll be good, but it's also dangerous. It opens a can of worms to change a thing that previously was a certain way. But that's the nature of how games evolve. Like Magic has changed in a way that makes them more money and gets more people playing it. That's a good thing for the game and hopefully helps us out as players. I just hope I can enjoy it again.
So on the subject of of lots of sets and overprinting. There's also been this other kind of thing, which I actually feel is a little bit more harmful and insidious, and it actually affects you even more than it does me. I think in my case, it's much more of an emotional affliction, and I think in your cases, it's more material. And it's the idea of what constitutes provenance in the context of.
I cut him off there. So, I mean, on the topic of like TAM or the total addressable market and whatnot, like, do you guys think we see that in PoE 2? Out of curiosity, like, what do you guys have to say about that, chat? Because PoE 2 is absolutely leaning more into a more total addressable market, where they're focusing a lot more effort into new player onboarding. I do think that TAM is leaning into casuals. Absolutely, it will always do that. TAM will always leaning into casuals, absolutely, no matter what game it is, because the casuals makes up for the vast majority of the player base in any game. That's just the nature of gaming, right? So the problem, I guess, or the question I have is, do you guys think they're doing it too much with PoE 2? Because like we're in a position where obviously TAM is good because it gets more people into the product, but it runs the risk of hurting the veterans that like the old school stuff. For example, how people want PoE 2 to be PoE 1, for example, is another thing. But if you're going to focus on the TAM part of it, then that's not the road they're on. If PoE 2 does it right, the TAM gets smaller the further you get into in-game. Well, you say that. I personally agree, but it's also a personal opinion, right? What's TAM? Total addressable market. Basically making the game attractive to as wide of an audience as possible. That's what TAM is referring to. I made a reference to how people are complaining about how World of Warcraft has become Disneyfied. And a lot of people don't like that. Like, I only play Classic WoW at the moment, and I think that's really fun, despite its quirks and issues. I absolutely love playing Classic. I don't see myself incentivized enough to start to retry retail, because it's too deep on the TAM that it's lost its soul and identity that I enjoyed and that hooked me into World of Warcraft. That's why I don't play retail. You need as high TAM as possible while still having integrity, is what the game is. Disneyfied is a very kind way of putting it. Yeah. I am the target demographic. I hated PoE 1 and still do, but I love PoE 2. Oh, for sure. I mean, there's definitely, like, obviously, I don't think that PoE 2 has reached a point where them marketing and producing the game to be more new player friendly on a new player onboarding market acquisition approach is a bad thing. I definitely don't think that's the case. The question is, when does that focus hurt the bottom line? And I don't think we're gonna spend many years in PoE before we see that. But we see that in games that have been out for a very, very long time. We see it with Magic Gathering, which is what they're talking about specifically here. We see it in games like World of Warcraft, for example, as well. That focus is the bottom line. That's kind of my point. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that it's not the focus. I'm saying that it's good right now because it's not too far away from the original state, right? But fast forward 10 years, and for some reason the world loves unicorns or whatever, and this ARPG game starts adding a secret unicorn level with rainbows and shit. Then people might start to get a little upset, right? We've seen that literally happen with Diablo 3, for example, right? It took away a large portion of the dark and gritty approach in D3, and it became more cartoony, if you will, compared to its predecessor. That's a TAM decision. That's an example. Hey, Shinjin, long time no see, man. How you doing, dude? Unicorn level confirmed. Oh, they need to protect the integrity of what makes PoE 2 into what it is while still being extremely approachable. Yeah, so it's like a balance act, right? So I think that obviously games should do this. The question is like how far it does it, when's the break point where now it's becoming this bad thing? Not bad in general, because the idea of it is that it's always good. It's just that as a result of it being good, there will always be a small group of people that will dislike it. And the longer the game it goes through iterations and development, the more people will feel the negative impact of it, if that makes sense.
Collecting Magic the Gathering. That historically, when I was cutting my teeth as a player, and for the first maybe 10 years that I played, there was a direct correlation between utility and value of a Magic card. Rarity mattered, scarcity mattered too, but utility was the overriding concern, particularly when it came to people collecting a black border version of a card. Someone might collect, for example, a beta lightning bolt, and a beta lightning bolt is worth a gajillion times more than a revised lightning bolt. They're both great cards, but it was the fact that the card had both utility and it had rarity that made it expensive. And somehow, magically, through the 2000s into the 2010s, Wizards of the Coast resisted the temptation to print serialized cards, low print run cards, Willy Wonka tickets in packs to entice people to buy stuff. And that kind of created a protective floor of sorts for the older cards in the game alongside the reserved list. The idea being that not only are these cards valuable because they were scarce and they were printed a long time ago and we promised not to reprint them, but also they have this sort of organic value that's a direct consequence of the fact that the collectors are driving the market. They're determining that an Alpha Black Lotus is worth $100,000 and an Alpha Thought Lace, just as rare as a Black Lotus, is only worth a couple hundred. And things have changed now in that regard. It's shifted. We now suddenly have the printing of one-of-a-kind cards, or cards where they only make 5 or 10 and so on. And I'd really, really love to hear your thoughts as an avid collector of this game, not only because it's fun to have a cool and diverse collection and you have a real drive and a passion for it, but also because on a deeper level, you have a deep understanding of the legacy, the sanctity of the game and what it represents. How do you feel about that now?
This particular topic, the very low print run cards, completely killed Magic as a collector for me. Like more so than anything else, right? Like, yeah, it's marginally annoying they're printing too many cards. It's marginally annoying that, they've got Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on a fantasy card game and, there's pizza on lands and stuff. But as soon as I saw serialized cards being experimented with in 2021, I cut all my collections off and said, I'm not purchasing a card after 2021. And the reason here is that I was a completionist collector. My goal was all the cards, like land cards or all sets before 2015 and various other collections I've got, where I wanted to get every printing in every language, every promo, every card that was put in a booster pack. And previously, they printed enough copies of each so that was feasible. Yeah, if a card was a low printed language and it was look at a Japanese foil Jace the Mind Sculptor back in the day, right? Everyone wants to run Jace. There aren't that many Japanese cards. A foil Japanese one, there's only many thousands out in the world. And they go in decks. People want to pimp their decks with it. And so I have to pay a high price to get it for my collection where it can sit in a binder. But that was possible. It wasn't an impossibility to get the card. It just required paying enough money, finding it, and so on. And everything was plausible to get until they introduced serialized cards. Because, as a completionist collector, if there's 20 copies of a card out there, what do I do? Do I have to get one of those 20? What if there's 1,000 cards that only have 20 copies? Do I have to find 1 out of 20 for all 1,000? What if it's not possible? What if the 20 copies are sitting in forever homes and they're never going to budge? That means the collection just can't be improved. And 20 copies is generous. At least one of these cards only has 1 copy. What if you want all the cards and Post Malone's holding it and is way too wealthy to ever sell it? And that's just not going to happen. And so there's a lesson here about if you're setting a challenge, which implicitly you are by making a product that's collectible, you have to understand whether the challenge is completable. Like if you or I were making a computer game and we had an achievement or challenge in there that was not really possible to complete, that dramatically hurts the game. Everyone going for 100% achievements or whatever says, I can't complete this one, what are you doing? And they lose interest in doing the other ones as a result. Yeah. And so the fact that I couldn't complete these sets meant that I'm not going to be completing any more sets after it. And I haven't bought a card after 2021, a card printed after 2021 as a result of that. And I think that's a really important lesson, is to make sure that when you're designing a game, that every sub-challenge that players set themselves has a degree of plausibility to it, especially when there's evidence that players are doing that. And when you have a financial interest in the players doing it, like me buying cards is resulting in Wizards getting money. And now me stopping buying cards means they're going to be getting less money from me, on the order of tens, maybe $100,000 a year of spend that I'm not spending on new product as a result of not collecting those new sets.
It's a frustrating position, I think, for both players and for the company too. And I'm sure that many people watching this video, and certainly you and I, know how much Wizards of the Coast occupies in Hasbro's bottom line. That Hasbro is essentially a defunct toy company that now just basically makes trading cards to bolster its entire umbrella of products. I don't know, do kids still buy toys anymore? The kind of things that Hasbro used to sell when you and I are kids.
I think they buy V-Bucks now. That's the
V-Bucks.
Fortnite currency, yes.
Aha, I see.
Wait, is V-Bucks Fortnite currency?
They had
Is that what they call it in Fortnite?
Right? They're sort of just bleeding this animal dry.
I'm so out of the loop,
to me,
man.
it's frustrating because the company, Wizards of the Coast, resisted things like serialized one-of cards and so on. They've adhered also to the reserved list and so on. They've taken these dramatic steps in order to both earn goodwill with the community and live up to their promises to make their product, even though they're not allowed to really directly engage with the secondary market, at least not in an official capacity, but they've respected it. And it's kind of been this almost like covenant between the players and the company that's been maintained up until the point when Wizards of the Coast suddenly had to be mined for money because it needed to support everything that Hasbro is. At the same time, though, a lot of people say that corporations fundamentally exist to make money for themselves and for their shareholders. And even though they've alienated Chris Wilson, the collector, and prevented you from engaging in $100,000 in the principal market, in the retail market, and certainly some amount of damage in the secondary market, you're one whale. But there's like 5 million minnows who are now happily hoovering up all the stuff, that are chasing those packs, that are clicking on videos with Post Malone or Logan Paul talking about some Magic card or some other Magic influencer. And that's driving the engine at the same time. So I think that unfortunately, they've kind of, they just sort of violated this covenant between old school players and the company in order to make more money. It's inarguably making them more money at the end of the day. And so they're in a really, really difficult position, I think. I think some of it, I've heard some of this echoed firsthand from some of the people, I won't disclose their names, who work at Wizards of the Coast and have kind of overseen this happening. And some of the justifications that they've made to themselves about why it's okay, even though some of them have been at the company for a very long time. Because I think the corporation itself, WotC is in a very awkward position with regards to that. What's the answer? Do you think that there's a way out of this for the company? Because if Hasbro's gotten themselves in a position where the entire company is being propped up by what Magic is producing, then their entire incentive is to just continue to mine that. And they've already demonstrated, they've kind of already crossed a lot of boundaries that were uncrossable, inconceivable 12, 13 years ago. I remember very specifically reading a post that Mark himself put on social media back in around 2012, where he said, we're never going to bring in all of these other IPs. You're not going to see Battlestar Galactica in Magic the
Gathering. The guy in chat, Plushy Sheep, saying catering to casuals too much is good for your wallet, but not necessarily makes a good product. Okay. So let's say you have product A is being used by 10 people and product B is used by 1,000 people. Would you not agree that from an objective perspective, that product B would be the better product if more people are using it? No? Popular equals better? Well, when you say better, we're in a position as well where we're also talking about personal opinion of what you consider is better for you as an individual. Definition of better, yeah, I think that's the problem, right? The definition of better. Because, I mean, we can take World of Warcraft as an example that most people can relate to. I think Classic is better than retail. I'm having a lot of fun playing Classic. I think it's very enjoyable. I'm very confident that more people are playing retail. Not knowing the numbers, I'm just assuming there, obviously. Depends on the game. Well, yeah, never play a multiplayer game with a low player. Yeah, that's also true. In D4 versus other RPGs with smaller player numbers. That's a good one. Let's rewind this back and move the conversation into ARPGs and PoE 2, for example. People in the veteran player base, the vast majority of us are saying that PoE is miles better than Diablo 4. We can all agree on that, right? So obviously, this chat, or both our chats on YouTube and Twitch, are extremely biased, since I'm mainly a PoE streamer and most of you guys are PoE fans, right? Whether or not it's PoE 1 or PoE 2, right? Obviously, it's a bit biased, but I think we can all agree that even though we consider PoE to be the better game, Diablo 4 has considerably more players playing. Their casual player base that is not even engaged, and we see that in PoE 2 as well. There's a shitload of people playing PoE 2, consuming that game, that never watches streams, never consumes YouTube content. They just play the game. And that's the thing. And we see that very clearly. Despite Diablo 4 having so many more players, in the veteran player base part of it, the guys that are extremely interested in it, consuming it on a daily basis, watching streamers, watching YouTube content, consuming every freaking update, the majority of those players are all leaning on the idea that PoE is way better than Diablo, right? P4 has a lot better features than PoE 1. That's the thing. PoE 2 bridged that gap. I remember when Last Epoch was considered the middle game between Path of Exile and Diablo. And since then, Torchlight gotten a lot of traction. Titan Quest 2 around the corner. Grim Dawn around the corner. What else do we have? Dragonkin. What am I missing? Like, there's just more and more games coming out. Dark Haven. Like, there's so many, right? That saturates the where on the scale they exist, right, or find themselves. And No Rest of the Wicked, of course, which is a bit more niche. But don't ask what if the 10 using it for 5 years, but the 1,000 use it for 2 months. PoE 2 lost more than 50% of players from EA release. On the other hand, PoE 1, the more hardcore game, is growing. PoE 1 hasn't grown that much compared to the releases they had before PoE 2's development took over. They've had some growth, absolutely. But you also have to keep in mind that the early access release was one of those moments where when PoE 2 early access came out, December 2024, it was and not just within the ARPG scene hyped up event. It was like Crimson Desert level hype event where people that don't even play ARPGs would come to play the game, right? And what Jonathan was talking about in the early interviews of this was that their goal is to have a big release, and then they're going to have to look at the player count that they end up with on the second launch, because those are the people that are staying with the game. And then their hopes and plans was that after the second launch, that they wanted to have a steady growth from league to league after with a baseline number being the second launch. And it's also a bit tough because when we talk about player base numbers for Path of Exile, we end up talking about the Steam concurrent players. But we also have a bunch of other platforms that people play PoE on top of the standalone client. And I know for a fact, because I spoke to the GG devs and guys, and they told me they had sold over 1 million early access keys. The cheapest was what, $30, and a lot of people bought the higher packs. They had sold over 1 million early access keys. before PoE 2 early access started. On the PoE 2 Steam concurrent players, we see like 500,000 or something. But they had way over 1 million weeks before launch. That's kind of crazy. Second.
Gathering, you're not going to see World of Warcraft. We have our own IPs. We've spent a decade and a half developing them at this point. And they're our own IPs, and they're an infinitely deep well. So, of course, we don't need to lean on all these other IPs that were created by other people. So that was the company line all the way, probably, I think, until around the pandemic began. And then after the pandemic came, all of the economics shifted, and suddenly they're like, yeah, you remember that thing we said back in 2012? Yeah, it's a little inconvenient. Perhaps we can begin to push the boundaries.
For 9 months.
They pushed the boundaries. They created a whole bunch of weird stuff. I remember, I think Secret Lair was like the canary in the coal mine. I remember seeing Godzilla cards. What was your first experience with that kind of desecration, in a way, of the Magic IPs? What was the first card that you saw?
I think the first Secret Lair stuff I saw was the Walking Dead stuff, if I recall correctly. I think, which is like just some other IP in the game. You know, it had like, chainsaws and baseball bats and that kind of stuff.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why that?
I mean, maybe they were able to license it quickly and easily. Like sometimes these deals take a long time, and sometimes people are enthusiastic, and that gets the paperwork over the line.
Yeah. And it was sort of, a test, right? A field test. Those early, do people reject these? Lo and behold, no, the number went up, and they go, aha, we could be onto something. Let's just keep pushing this. Do you think that there's a breaking point? And what do you think is the solution for Hasbro in the long term? I know that's a hard question to answer, but I'm sure you've thought about it.
Well, companies have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders, and they have an expectation of growth, right? Like if you're running a publicly listed company, you need to post growth every year, because if you don't, you're going to have people selling your shares because they're not interested in having it anymore. Like they want growth out of a company.
They like it, Baffin.
And if you say to the people, hey, look, we're going to have a couple of down years while we're working on something, that's going to trash your share price. And so you need growth. And sometimes growth happens organically when the game is getting more popular because it's good. And that's great. You just get growth by doing what you do, and life is good. But sometimes, things happen, environmental factors, the pandemic ends or starts, and people are playing less or more paper Magic, or less or more online Magic, or whatever's driving the sales. And you need like easy growth, the money grabbing kind of stuff. And then it's a question of, well, what can you do to money grab in a way that doesn't hurt the game? Like there's some things that are easy and very ethical that you could do, in terms of like releasing new content and so on that people can buy. But there's also a bunch of stuff that like we find distasteful to Magic as veteran old school players ourselves. We don't particularly want there to be Walking Dead cards with baseball bats in our fantasy card game with dragons. Having said that, a lot of people are fine with this, and they found a thing here which lets them grow the game, record sales, record player numbers in a way that, a few people like us are disgruntled, and it sucks to be us, but the game is making more people happier. There's more happiness occurring. And I think that's just kind of going to be how it is, right? Like they can't suddenly take a moral stance and say, no, we're going back to the pure dragon stuff. We're not going to do any of this other stuff, because then it reduces their sales a massive amount. Their shareholders would be unhappy with that. They failed in their responsibility to the shareholders if they do that. And so I suspect we'll just continue to see more of this.
No, I keep hearing that sentiment over and over again on the little that I read of Reddit these days. I've been trying to stay away from it. And every now and then when I relapse and go back on Reddit and I get Magic stuff sent to me through their algorithm, it tends to always be, aha, this is the tipping point. This is the watershed moment. This is jumping the shark for the fifth time.
Be reasonable.
And everyone is going to repudiate and reject this product, and they're going to realize the error of their ways and come on their knees in penitence, to apologize to the community and go back to a sense of normalcy. Do you think that will ever happen? Do you think that that's even possible?
I suspect we'll continue to see the way that it's been going. The thing is, I had a bit of an epiphany while I was actually chatting to our mutual friend Tarkan at MagicCon last year. And I realized something that's good about the fact that there are ruining the IP of the game with all of these other products. You know, the thing that we don't like. There is a good thing about it, and here's the following. Let's say you're making a new Magic set, and you're not allowed to put any new IP in it. It has to be a traditional Magic set, and you want it to sell well, right? Okay, so what can you do to make it sell well, to make people happy? Well, I mean, you know, you can do good art, and you can do good theming and that kind of stuff. But realistically, the stuff that's going to make it sell well is powerful cards, right? Putting stuff in there that people are like, I have to crack these packs because there's powerful stuff in them. So you do that, and people buy the set, and that's great. But we need growth. We need more people to buy the next set. So what do? More powerful cards, right? And, you know, as I've experienced, and as, you know, you've had plenty of experience as well with running Path of Exile for a long time. If you continually put more powerful stuff in each expansion, players latch on to the most powerful stuff, and it distorts the game over time. People's power level increases. And in a card game like Magic, which is hard to patch, you know, in Path of Exile, you can nerf stuff, right? If you need to.
Right.
But with Magic, it's very hard to nerf cards. The only thing you've got is banning them, and banning them is a pain when people have paid money for these things. And so over time, if you rely on power creep as a way of making each set more exciting than the last to get more money, it really undermines the game. It's really difficult for them. And by doing IP creep, where instead they're treating it like Fortnite and putting, you know, Marvel characters and stuff into the cards, they have a way of selling more where they don't necessarily need to up the power level as much as they otherwise would. So in a way, trashing the IP of the game, you know, ruining the story, actually respects the game rules more than printing powerful cards for the sake of selling packs. And so this is something I've been coming around to a little bit. Like, a silver lining here is it means that the game itself is respected slightly more, even though it's bad for the story.
See, this is what reasonable people do. This is the basis for my conversation with Mark. It's like you realize that you're uncomfortable with something, and you ask someone who is clearly worthy of respect and has a very good understanding of it, good nuanced opinion, how they justify it. And often from that will bubble forth a justification that you can also latch onto and understand. And I agree with you. That's a really interesting point that I hadn't considered. That you sort of do IP bloat instead of power creep, which is the traditional way that these games not only promote themselves over long periods of time, but also how they generally get degraded. And yeah, in World of Warcraft, for example, they power crept World of Warcraft every expansion because you have to make the numbers go up, until eventually they were doing exponential damage in that game, or at least, you know, doing millions of damage per second. And so they lopped off a whole bunch of zeros. You can't do that in Magic. You can't just like say, oh, okay, all creatures going
number crunch
from this date onward are -1/-1. We screwed up. Like, that's not going to work. And so if you make those kind of mistakes, you can never really take them back short of bannings. And there's been, you know, unprecedented amounts of bannings.
Yeah, it's super
over the last couple of years, at least in Standard.
Yeah.
I don't know how much. You probably don't pay a great deal of attention to Standard, and I definitely do not. Maybe a few things every now and then. Patrick Chapin will show up in town, and he's usually testing some Standard decks. So I play Standard with him for a couple of days, and it's not great. Honestly, I don't enjoy the games at all. They feel extremely linear. This actually segues to another topic that I wanted to talk with you about. You and I have kind of both in agreement that Hasbro faces an intractable problem here, that they've kind of painted themselves into a corner, and there's now an expectation to both players and shareholders about that this is the new norm. It's something you're clearly resigned to also. Do you think that there exists somewhere in the world a hard reset to this process, and what would it look like?
I think the reset would upset more people than have already been upset. You know, they've made a change to the game. You and I are a bit upset about it. But, you know, you and I have both played games of Magic in the last few months, right? You know, I'll be attending MagicCon this year. You may do as well. They've still got us, despite being upset. They still got us,
exactly. You're complaining a lot. All right, for a minute, let's just imagine that, Chris, with your bald head, that you're Thanos, and you want to snap your finger. You've got the Infinity Gauntlet on.
Yeah.
All the Mox Gems and the Lotus right in the middle, all 6. And you can snap your finger and change the reality of Magic. What are you going to change? What would you do if you had a Thanos moment with Magic? Just hypothetically.
I think the problem is that the world building didn't get enough attention early on. I think, so I'm good friends with James White that you mentioned earlier, the Flesh and Blood guy.
Yeah.
And when he set out to make Flesh and Blood, he hired writers. He made a world Bible. He's got concept art for locations they've never been to in the game, right? Like, he fleshed it out. There's maps, there's everything. And the purpose of this was so that they have a rich world that they can tell a story in and continue to have an evolving story. With Magic, it was very much about making a cool card game with very generic fantasy stuff, and they tried to do the world stuff. There's the Weatherlight story, there's the Planeswalkers, and so on. They had this period where the lore and Planeswalkers were on all of the promotional art for the game. You've got Jace here and Liliana and that kind of stuff. It was kind of meh, right? Like, it wasn't exciting. None of us would like, there was never a moment where you ever called me and said, I'm so excited about the Magic story, right? Like, it's never been a thing. Therefore, they've kind of had to do this thing where they borrow other people's story. And I think
because
that
it isn't
the change that would fix this is if they knew with an Oracle decades ago that they needed a really strong world and story, then they wouldn't have to be Fortnite these days. They would be able to rely on the fact that players are excited about some new expansion where a thing happens and a major character dies and all that kind of stuff.
I really do wonder about that, because you and I have been playing Magic as long as it's been around, and starting with Antiquities, I believe, was the first time that Magic began to kind of traffic in a non-canonical way. The original alpha set was mostly just kind of D&D tropes thrown together, mixture of elves and orcs and sorcery and stuff, really very much from D&D and Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
And then Arabian Nights, of course, was Arabian Nights mythology or something close to it. And then suddenly there's Urza and Mishra are talked about, this Brothers War and stuff. And they began to kind of push that. But I agree with you. It's very interesting that, to me, and I was very much into the flavor of Magic. I used to know the flavor text, probably still do, at least of the alpha set in the first few sets. I used to, when I did commentary on the Pro Tour, I would quote the cards when people played them and stuff, just to kind of fill time. And even though I cared about the flavor on the cards, I never cared about the story at all. I don't know anything about Urza and Mishra.
I never cared about story either.
Much less the Weatherlight crew and all these other characters you've talked about. Ajani, for example, is all over the place. Teferi is all over the place. And yet, I couldn't tell you a single thing about any of them outside of just mechanics. There's like, how many versions of Jace? I could tell you and identify maybe 5 of them or 6 of them in terms of what they actually do. That's all I've cared about. I really wonder if there's any kind of metadata about how many people actually do engage with Magic's story, and whether or not that's just a fundamental problem with getting people to both care about the mechanical components of a game alongside the story, how many people even have the bandwidth to learn both those things, and how much that's just a failure of the storytelling.
That's a good question. It may be that if they'd done it perfectly, it still wouldn't necessarily be what the card game crowd were looking to play, what we're looking to get from the game.
On the subject of bandwidth, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that
I agree with Chris there.
I know I've discussed it with you in the past. I've discussed it with many, many other people who I consider my kind of contemporaries in 1990s Magic. I started playing the game when I was 19 years old. You started playing when you were 12. And honestly, we were probably of similar intellect because you're unbelievable.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, the videos are decent.
And there are lots of other people in those generations, there were lots of other people in that generation specifically that have not only defined themselves as Magic players, but they've gone on to become captains of everything. Magic has...
I wonder if the desync is on me. Fresh.
Failure of the storytelling.
That's a good question. It may be that if they'd done it perfectly, it still wouldn't necessarily be what the card game crowd were looking to play, what we're looking to get from the game.
On the subject of bandwidth, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that I know I've discussed it with you in the past. I've discussed it with many, many other people who I consider my kind of contemporaries in 1990s Magic. I started playing the game when I was 19 years old. You started playing when you were 12. And honestly, we were probably of similar intellect because you're unbelievable.
I appreciate the compliment.
And there are lots of other people in those generations, there were lots of other people in that generation specifically that have not only defined themselves as Magic players, but they've gone on to become captains of everything. Magic has this thread, this undercurrent that has woven its way not just into the game playing and game design ecosystem, but into all sorts of other industries across the planet, including...
How many people in chat are still playing Magic the Gathering? If you're not playing, type no. If you are playing Magic the Gathering to this day, type yes. I'm just curious. How many of you guys are actually still playing? I think most of us have played it. But I'm not so certain that everyone is. I feel like it's kind of like a bit of a mix. Never did. Won a Final Fantasy card, saw a price and noped out. Quit 2008. Only Commander. I never liked Commander. Do we know what's coming next season of the date? No, not yet. Only like Commander now. So here's a funny story. I used to play a lot. I had a modern deck and a standard deck. And the last tournament deck I played was back in Theros. And I played a Devotion to Black Pack Rats. It was my last tourney deck. And I was so happy about that deck. I really enjoyed playing it. So I foiled it. Basically, I bought every single card for that deck was foiled. And I got legal Pack Rat token cards that were special designed and foiled that I used as well. And I was an avid collector of a few cards in general. I was really happy with. Limited best format. Flesh and Blood is the new king. Just got into it recently. My most proud collection I had in Magic Gathering was the Liliana's Planeswalkers. I had every version, in English only though, every artwork version of the Liliana sets, the Planeswalkers. I had the promos foil, I had the different full versions, the alt artwork for one of them, and I had them all signed by their artists. Every single one of them. And then me and my ex-girlfriend broke up, and we had a loan together. And we agreed that I was just going to send her money, she was going to pay the loan, and that was it. And then, 2 months later, whatever the fuck it was, I get a letter from the bank saying that they've canceled the loan because no one was paying to it. I'd just been sending money to my ex, and she never paid for the loan. And then when I, confronted her about it, she was like, "No, whatever. I'm living with my parents right now. I don't give a fuck. You have to deal with that yourself." And I'm like, "Okay, well, what do I do now?" So this is many years ago, like 12 years ago, 11 years ago. I had no choice but to sell my entire collection. I sold. I think I have some leftover slivers in a deck somewhere else. I had to sell my entire collection, the entire Liliana, even design everything. Actually, I had people from my stream that bought most of my cards. My priced collected Theros Devotion to Black Pack Rat deck. Let's see if I have a picture of it. Hold on. So, you guys want to see what happened to my tournament decks? This is a picture of a burnt down house from a house fire. My tournament decks was in that house. This is KG the Numbers, OG guy from our community that used to be here many years ago. Been helping us out for many years when I started streaming. And he was one of the guys who bought my tournament decks. And then they produced ashes.
Things that are clearly Magic adjacent, like the poker world.
I stopped playing Magic Gathering after I had to sell my cards.
Professional Magic players into the poker world in the early 2000s, mostly after David Williams had his big moment at the World Series of Poker main event, but also into sports gambling, and then into betting markets and into financial markets, and ultimately into crypto, and ultimately into US politics and global politics. That there's been this undercurrent. And if you look back at who has been the architect, the participants in all of those transformational things, there's one common denominator. They were people who were playing the game in the 1990s and early 2000s. There were, of course, always a few exceptions, but as a large sort of block of people who have influenced the world, the influence is just, it's beyond coincidental. It's beyond remarkable. It's astonishing. And I have a theory about it that I'd like to kind of run by you.
Go on.
To get your take on it. it's something actually that relates to this larger problem that we've already kind of identified, or at least this phenomenon that we've identified, this sort of deluge of content in Magic. The fact that there are now 7 sets per year instead of 3, that sets are produced years in advance now, that IP deals are brokered and inked years in advance now before any cards actually get printed. So they're basically guessing what the game and the metagame and the ecosystem are going to look like years from now. In all of that, in that deluge, that avalanche of content, something gets lost. The ability to specialize, the ability to, in some cases, care, and particularly to care and invest in the competitive components of the game, the deeply competitive components of the game, which I believe were one of the principal reasons why there was this attraction bias to the people who played the game back in the 1990s and the early 2000s that have led those people to go on to conquer the world. And I'm wondering,
this is like watching two gods have a chat.
Right now
fascinating.
Still
it is,
play the game.
That's why I wanted to watch it.
There are people who play it both casually and competitively, and there's, you know, obviously a lot of crossovers. Do you think that something has been lost along the way in terms of Magic's ability to train human brains, ambitious, hungry human brains, in a novel way that existed back then that doesn't exist now?
I see what you're saying, but right now the overachievers of the world at age 45 to 55, you know, the smartest people doing all this cool stuff, were probably the same people who were geeking out playing Magic and winning Pro Tours and stuff back 30 years earlier, because then they would have been 15 to 25. You know, I mean, I wasn't able to do that as a 12-year-old, but you were old enough that you actually could, like, go to a tournament and win and have an adult brain and all that kind of stuff, which was awesome that you did. And I wonder if, at the time, what were the smartest kids doing back then? Magic was probably one of the few things they could be doing, if you know what I mean. There were so few games, right? You know, you could be playing Super Mario on your Nintendo, but that's not really, like, giving you as much as Magic is giving you, whereas Magic is like the rewarding thing to be doing at that age, in that era. These days, there are lots of things that are distracting the 15 to 25-year-olds. Magic is merely one of them. So I wonder if instead of the game getting worse for it, it's just that now there's 1,000 other distractions that are taking up their time, and so it's less of an incubation ground for the smartest people.
Do you think that there is anything specifically unique to Magic in terms of, I agree with your premise, and I think it's very accurate. I actually like to talk about this, and I've mentioned it before in conversations about the role that advanced MMOs play in also sculpting the human brain in a novel way. If you think about, for example, you've played, I think, Guild Wars, Guild Wars 2 maybe in the past. I know you played Black Desert a bit. I don't remember you ever playing World of Warcraft.
No, just Burning Crusade to 70, and then I quit once I joined a guild.
What was it that made you quit?
The social.
Hey, I got the perfect thing. Hold on. I think he quit because he had this raid leader.
Immediately
Hold
if
on.
you die. Team one click. White boy, Geo Sephiroth. Geo, never Geo. You never clicked, Joe. You never clicked. You never clicked. Thanks for taking my rank 1. Thanks for taking my rank 1 for me. Thank you, Geo. Geo, thank you for taking my rank 1 for me. Thank you. Thank you for taking my rank 1 for me. Thank you for taking 1 for me. Thank you, Geo! Shut the fuck up! Fuck you! Shut the fuck up! All of you! Mute Chronosa for the rest of the night, please. Don't fucking speak ever again. Don't ever fucking speak again. Seriously. You can fuck right fucking off. Seriously. You say, I can't. I see you on the fucking bar as a non-debuffed target, which means you can, but you did not, because you're dumb. You also let the fucking tank die. So what the fuck are you doing? Fucking Christ. I warned you guys that we would re-click after the banishment, but you were not. Click immediately, even if you die. Team one click. White boy, Geo Sephiroth.
So I think Chris had to quit. Wow, because he had a raid leader like that.
Dynamic. I'm putting this really politely here. The social dynamics.
So much rage over pixels, bro. Here, let me show you. Let me show you. Oh, Karazhan, Prince, 99.97. When I locked that in, I was 12 DPS from getting a rank 1 on Prince. And our Warlock forgot to flask which would have been, the TTK would have been enough to get me that number. And I didn't even get, I wasn't even mad. I was like, oh shit, well, that sucks. Maybe
And the
next
guild,
time.
especially around the way that they treated a female member of it, made me realize that I was not one. I didn't want to sit there and observe social dynamics of
That's
guilds in
funny as
World of
fuck.
Warcraft, and I would rather play by myself.
I can understand that sentiment completely.
It was
yeah,
messy.
I'm sure. Yeah, I can only imagine.
Yeah.
How good did you get at Guild Wars in terms of how engaged you got with it, doing a hardcore raiding, anything like that?
Guild Wars 1 was a interesting MMO in that it was kind of an MMO light that had a very large PvP component to it. And I was lucky enough to get into a group of people that were all alpha testers. And so I was dragged along as they had this thing where your groups had to be 8 people. And if you had less than 8, you would lose. And if you had more than 8, people are waiting on the sidelines.
That's true in the time.
So I was one of those people on the sidelines where if their main dude was unavailable, I'd slot in. And that meant I got to play a bunch with these elite players as like their backup guy. And
Gotcha.
that exposed me to competitive play. I wasn't great at it, but I do understand what it was like to play competitive PvP in Guild Wars 1, to answer your question.
It's an interesting bit of information. It's very hard for me to comment on it overall because I've never played that game. My only frame of reference for an MMO is World of Warcraft.
Yep.
And I remember playing World of Warcraft and doing the high-end stuff. I did it between roughly 2008 up to about 2015 and was in a guild that was nowhere near a top guild at all, but it was a very solid 3-day and night guild. And so we attacked.
You're the first WoW player in my entire life to be honest about the status of your guild, because 1,000 times someone has said to me, "Oh, I'm in the number 1 guild. Oh, it's the number 1 guild on the server." Always. So thank you for your honesty.
I was in the number 1 guild on Terran Mill back in the day. And you know what happened? Fucking Insidia server transfers over to my server. They came to Terran Mill. And goodbye any noticeable ranking on the server ever since. Ever. It was fun whilst it lasted. They moved into my server and I'm like, okay, well, it was fun.
We might have actually been the
we might have been
the number 1
says that they're in the top guilds.
guild on the server. And we apparently had some US top 5s for 3-day and night guilds, but like honestly, who gives a shit? Like, who cares? The people that people pay attention to are the guilds that are poop socking it, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week when new content drops. But I played the game at a high level, and while playing it, and I've recounted this in conversations since, the amount of things that are going on in my brain at once, the amount of hotkeys that my left hand is scuttling around to press between the control and shift buttons and 1 through 6 and the F keys. And like I said, control and alt and shift versions of everything, while simultaneously moving the mouse to orient the camera in 3D, constantly spinning it and reorienting for all these little micro time frame and pixel space precision stuff on the screen. All of those things required my brain to operate and think and behave in a completely novel way. I could not think of a single corollary in the real world, nothing at all, that could even come close to approaching the kind of things that a person's brain has to do in that context. And there's corollaries across lots of games. If you look at the neural activity of someone playing a MOBA at a high level, for example, or a first-person shooter, or I guess Fortnite is sort of kind of like that, or a battle arena game, or even a high-tier Path of Exile race. Any of those games require your brain to grow and innovate and behave in very novel ways. And I think this speaks to what you're saying. It's like people that played Magic, the ambitious, fiery, competitive youth in the 1990s, had kind of one outlet. I guess they could have played chess to an extent. Some of them did play chess. My good friend Jay Schneider, who runs a game design studio here in Seattle, was a nationally renowned chess player and so on. And so a lot of people did transition from chess into Magic. But outside of chess and Magic, there weren't really any other substrates of expression like that kind of blending of competitive fire, but not necessarily sports related, a more kind of intellectual endeavor. And nowadays there's a million outlets. There's so many different ways, and they train your brain in completely novel ways too. So it's possible that my theory is unfounded. It may just relate to the fact that we haven't moved far enough along in the timeline yet to know. What will the pinnacles of Gen Z and Gen Alpha, what will they do?
I do think your original question of like, was there something special about early Magic that got all the people in there and trained them right? I think there was something special. It's just I can't put my finger on exactly what it was. But it felt different back then. Maybe it's that the game was smaller and hence it's possible for you to master it to a much higher degree, if you know what I mean. Like when you played competitive Magic back in your prime, you knew what every card in the game did and exactly like what the possibilities were for them to have in their hand to a greater degree than is possible these days, unless you're playing old school, which is that same card pool. And so that it was possible to understand that and to be better at the game because it was actually a simpler game. Like it was kind of in like a sweet spot of being able to excel so much.
That's a really valid point. And it brings up something in my mind, actually, that relates to something that you've observed, actually, as someone who has collected avidly and has tried to play the contemporary version of Magic. It's something also that I'm sure you've taken into account many, many times in the past when assessing things as a game designer. And that's the idea that every person has a finite amount of bandwidth, of neural bandwidth that they can devote to learning or acquiring a new skill. People have different allotments of it. It has a lot to do with things like sleep and stress and just an innate neurology and so on. But everybody has a fundamental limit to how much new stuff they can acquire or integrate within a day. And when you play a game of Magic, when the cards all look the same every time a Shivan Dragon comes into play, it looks exactly like a Shivan Dragon. Every time someone plays a Mana Drain from their hand, it looks exactly like a Mana Drain. Every time there's a Mox Sapphire in play, it always looks exactly like a Mox Sapphire. Eventually, you're running on RAM through the entire process of playing the game. Your RAM is just running the game for you. I've had this experience many, many times where I play a game of old school. I literally don't have to think about anything. I just sit there and I let the algorithms that I embedded in my mind through tens of thousands of hours of practice just play the game for me. I can have a conversation and watch media and play old school very well all at the same time.
Yeah, I was saying
for this reason,
talk about
because
this.
my brain just understands all these things. It's only able to do that because there's only one version of all of these cards. When you suddenly introduce 8 different versions of every single card and you have to learn all the different pictures every time they come into play, your brain gets scrambled. You get overwhelmed. And one of the things that I've observed very much, and this is definitely a lesson for any aspirant game developers out there, is that you have to be very careful about challenging the brains of the players too much and asking them to do too much. If you ask them to do too much, and particularly if the things you ask are not fun, they will spend all of their bandwidth doing the unfun, asking too much thing, and they'll never have any room left over to actually enjoy what they're doing. There's no room left over to actually enjoy playing a game. I'm sure, Chris, you've had this experience whenever someone has sat you down to play a new board game or told you that you need to go learn a new app or something, a new game. This game's going to be amazing. Go play whatever, some title. And you load it up and you're like, my brain cannot both enjoy this process as well as learn it at the same time.
Yeah, you need to be careful with the speed you meter stuff out to the players with.
Yeah, precisely. Because if you overwhelm them, they can't enjoy the process anymore. They feel like they're doing differential equations instead of playing a game. I remember I told you that before. I had that experience with Flesh and Blood.
The recognizability of game pieces thing is a great argument here, because in addition to the Universes Beyond stuff, one of the things that's happened over the last few years is they're printing a lot of cool pimp versions of Magic cards that don't even look like Magic cards, right? They look like comic books or movie posters and that kind of stuff. And it gets to the point, like, let's look at Sol Ring. Back in the day, Sol Ring looked like the alpha art all the way through, right? How long was it before
do you have one on
you?
I don't have on your desk. Do you have one handy?
Unfortunately, no. I should have pre-planned this one, but it had.
I'll grab one real quick.
Yes, exactly.
If you'll allow me, I've got one right here. So yeah, on the subject of Sol Ring, I have. You may recognize some of these cards. These are, in fact, the exact same original The Deck contents that I had with me when you came and visited me for the first time in Davis in, I think, 2001?
Yeah, that's very cool.
Is that the year?
So the Sol Ring art that you have there is the one that any old school player would recognize. And that's the one. So for the longest time, when you see that across the table, you see just a hint of red and yellow, and you know that's an artifact that taps for 2 mana and so on and so on. And then Wizards started printing a Sol Ring in every Commander product. And I don't know, I haven't looked this up, but there's hundreds of variations of how Sol Ring looks, right?
Totally.
It is probably a Sol Ring with Hatsune Miku on it, right? Like it's a legitimate secret lair, and they like to print Sol Rings. And so it's almost a joke at the stage where if there's a card that you don't know across the table, it's probably a Sol Ring. You know, it's a popular card.
Just assume it is.
But the thing is, like, okay, I've got an example. I have a prop with me here. So not even talking about different art for the cards. I want to show you the different number of printings of one card in one set. So you're probably familiar with the fetch land Scalding Tarn. It's a blue-red fetch land. This is all the unique variations printed in Modern Horizons 2 of this card, right? Like
in one set.
In one set. Now, this includes the different languages, but as a collector, if you want to collect the lands in Modern Horizons 2, you have that for every single land in the set, and there's a lot. Like, I'm going through them backwards here, but these are all unique printings of Scalding Tarn from there, and we're talking like pre-release promo, regular card, extended art, retro frame, foil regular, foil retro frame, foil extended art, etched foil. There's like 8 different variations of the card printed in some combination of the 11 languages. I think the stack is like 73 versions of that card. And that's not even getting into when they change the art, right? All these are recognizable as Scalding Tarn. But my biggest problem is, like, obviously as a collector, it sucks to have to, I mean, these aren't cheap, right? It's a fetch land. They're a lot of money in foil. Like, it sucks to have to spend all that money and track them all down and everything and try to differentiate between the different types. But as a player, what you're talking about with Sol Ring, like, if you want to pimp your Sol Ring out, you got a whiteboarded revised one and you want to make it special, you'd probably get like a beta one with a black border, or maybe a foreign black border one if you're a bit cheap and can't afford the beta one. But it was clear what the pimp version was. And here, if you want to put a pimped Scalding Tarn in your deck, what would you pick? Is etched foil better than regular foil? Is retro foil better than, like, retro foil's pretty cool, but then there's also full art foil, right? The art's bigger, you know? Or maybe we don't go foil at all. Maybe we go foreign, right? Maybe it's one of the Russian ones. I've got a cool Russian etched foil in here, or maybe I don't. We'll see. I do not.
Out of curiosity, how long did it take to get all 73 different versions of that card?
It wasn't too bad. Before the cutoff of when I stopped getting new cards for the set, I just had a ritual, which took my entire evenings and weekends, where a set comes out and then I hit up all my buyers in the different countries and we work out prices and negotiate. And, you know, I've got this death spreadsheet, there's 33,000 cards on it that I was ticking off. I mean, it took vast amounts of resources, but they had me going on that until the day they printed the serialized cards, as I mentioned before.
Interesting. So that whole that behavior and that joy, honestly, was just destroyed by that change. It's not a surprise at all, you know, that you have such an emotional feeling about this particular thing. And I'll admit to the fact that as someone who doesn't avidly collect all of the whatever of some particular card, I'm a little bit detached from that, so I don't feel the same kind of grieving that I'm sure you feel. But have you been able to find a substitute? Something to fill that hole since 2021?
Alpha cards. No, I'm still tracking down the missing ones. Like, I posted a video about this collection a few weeks ago, and that resulted in a lot of people reaching out to help me with it, and that's been really helpful. So, you know, I think out of the, there were 750 Portuguese cards, like Brazilian Portuguese ones I was looking for, and a gentleman in Brazil has helped me track down almost 180 or so of those so far. So that's really good progress on the collection, as well as in some of the other harder to find languages, you know, individual bits and pieces I was missing. So it's very fulfilling when your number of things you're looking for is less than 1,000 and you're paring it down bit by bit, and you're eventually going to end up with just 100 left, then 80 left, then 75. It's a lot of fun to fill in the gaps. So that's why I'm kind of glad I had an excuse to close the collection off, you know, for new cards.
It's always amused me that this is a thing that I really associate specifically with you, and something that's really interesting and unique about you is this idea of creating a almost real world version of an MMO or an ARPG quest. Is sort of constantly goal setting in this way, because you know that when you set one of these goals,
that's, I think your original goal,
the one that you had not long after we met, was
announcement around the corner. Hopefully,
one copy of every land ever printed in English. Specifically in English, to limit it. And somehow majestically you managed to do it.
I remember when I finished English and I messaged you, I'm pretty sure I was talking to you about this. And I said, I'm considering doing foreign. And your response is, don't do foreign. Like, that's all.
No, you're not. Think of what you're signing up for.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was you who said to me, that's stupid, Chris, before you get into this, don't.
Yeah, I think I tried to talk you out of it because once you began, when do you stop, right?
Yeah.
Not
and
until
it is
you
true.
get them all.
Yeah, you don't want to sign yourself up for a collection that's too difficult. And I think that's part of the lesson here is that with the number of different variations they're printing, it really makes it tricky for collectors to decide. They have to kind of narrowly focus on one specific thing. Like they can't get entire sets. Like imagine if you wanted to collect a set of all of the Spider-Man cards, for example. There are ones in there that are difficult to find, right? Like I forget, we're getting back to the whole One Ring thing, but I think there's a card in there called the Soul Stone or whatever it's called that's incredibly rare and is selling for like 20 grand and stuff. And so if you are trying to collect the Spider-Man cards because you're a big Spider-Man fan, what do you do now about this $20,000 hole in your collection? Do you bankrupt yourself or do you just live without it? And once you're negotiating holes, do you negotiate the other holes as well?
I think it would kind of depend on what the person's goals are in terms of, do they want to pursue it as entirely as a collecting endeavor or do they want to do it as an investment? Because I imagine that the strategies are different. I mean, if you, assuming we're talking about two different people, one of them is a casual collector and the other one is approaching it more as an investor. How do you think that the strategies are different in terms of reading, the waters right now that exist?
The whole MTG finance thing with investment is a little cringe because there were time periods where cards were just going up, and you and I have probably both made money from cards going up that we purchased in the past. But it's been a while since that's been happening for vintage. It's been a number of years. The prices have been flat or down. And so I think that got rid of the crypto bros that briefly entered, like any gains I've made from Magic have been incidental due to the love of the cards as opposed to intentionally buying stuff to make money. I mean, I guess I bought some collector's edition sets back in the day to make some money because they felt underpriced. But actually there's a rant there about that as well, which we can get into. But I think that in terms of people buying whole sets for investment value, it's not really a good investment. I think that, in the Spider-Man case, if someone wants to invest, they'll make a thesis about which cards they think are going to go up and then purchase those. In today's era of reprints and all that kind of stuff, who knows if a card's value is going to be trashed in the future by an aggressive reprint of it?
Yeah, on the subject of
That's true.
just older stuff and how the secondary market has fluctuated. When the secondary market rises, everything rises at the same time if it's on the reserved list. And some things are going to get pushed a little more if they have, again, utility versus things that are just purely collectible and people need them for sets and so on. But I've noticed that in the last roughly 6 months, a year or so, and I'll admit to not checking the prices very often. I honestly just don't care very much. But there's suddenly this drift upward of cards that are on the reserve list that are good and also only legal in Commander format versus the older stuff, the Moxes, Lotus Sol Ring and stuff. I went on Card Kingdom a couple of days ago, and I know that it's not the ultimate litmus test of value, but they had a near mint revised Underground Sea on Card Kingdom. Do you know how much it was?
More than $1,000 US.
$1,400. $1,400 for a revised card.
Yeah.
That is nutty territory. That's like a Legends rare. So you look at another card like Moat is an example. I guess Moat's also in Commander. But a card like Sol Ring, a card like Ancestor Recall or Time Walk or Time Twister, something that's reserve list and also banned in Commander, nowhere near the same movement. So something is happening right now. Mox Diamond is another card. Mox Diamond is like $1,700 or something. Like the card is, or maybe that's Gaia's Cradle, but Mox Diamond is well over $1,000.
I'll never be able to afford collecting
and all of
MTG
these
cards, man,
super,
anymore.
super rare
Holy shit, I had
chase
a
cards
collection.
that are on the reserve list that are Commander legal are spiking. And the legacy cards, the cards that you and I own and treasure, are not. What is going on?
I suspect this is a case of, looking at the supply and demand, right? Okay, so the supply is limited because they're reserve list cards. They can't be reprinted. The worst that Wizards can do is print functionally better versions of them, which has issues. Yeah. And from a demand point of view, you've got the investor demand of the fact they're reserve list. There's some people holding them for that reason, but also the demand of the fact that they're played in Commander. And so it may just be that someone's thesis here is, okay, I think that there's going to be long-term gains in cards that are actively used in commander decks. They're reserve lists. They can't be reprinted. I'm just going to buy everything I can. And then it may be the result of that gradual buyout pressure, either explicitly or implicitly. Like it could be that it's just happening naturally that way as more people want to lock those in. It was interesting, by the way, so Time Twister, I believe, is legal in Commander as the only piece of Power 9 that can be played. And so its price relative to the other Power 9 has gradually gone up from being like the worst of the Power 9, much cheaper, to more, I'm going to be wrong here, so people will fact check this and I'll be wrong, but like second to Black Lotus is the impression I get when I hear people talk about Time Twister's value these days. It's certainly up there right at the top, which is crazy to me, considering Ancestral Recall is a 50 times better card.
Yeah, there was a there was a brief period in time where Time Twister was easily number 2, and that was right around the time when Hull Breacher was printed. If you remember that creature,
so it's a meta thing, right?
Yeah. Do you remember Hull Breacher and how it worked?
I do. Yeah, it makes you win.
Yeah, exactly. You cast Time Twister. Oh, cool. I have, how much is that? 21 mana? Nobody has any cards but me. That seems fair. So that drove the price of the card up artificially a little bit. My impression right now is that Time Walk is the second most valuable card outside of the Lotus. Although, again, you buy these things all the time, so perhaps I'm completely.
Yeah, it's been a little while since I've bought any power. I had my fill of that.
Remarkable, sir. After all these years, there is a limit even for you.
Yeah. Well, the cards only weigh a gram, but they take up room when you have a lot of them.
I know. Eventually, you just don't have room for all the alphas. Imagine having that problem. You're like, I've used up every available storage space in my house. This is the Pablo Escobar problem. We've run out of places to put the $100 bills. So it's really interesting, right? There's this shift occurring that there's these legacy cards that are now, at this point in time, 32 years old. And they were the cards that kind of existed in the background of most people's Magic experience, whether they've been playing for 30 years or whether they've been playing for 3.
Yeah, and I love it.
Most people never even see them. And at a certain point, if something is hidden in the darkness for long enough, if it's a secret, people will forget about it. And I kind of think that one of the things I'd like to touch on with you in a later conversation, and I hope to have the assistance of some other people who care as strongly about this subject as you and I do, is that there is a level of respect and deference, a level of reverence, I've used that word before, that I feel for the foundational cards, the first edition of Magic the Gathering, and specifically the cards that existed kind of in that first roughly year or so. The area that you and I have both described as being unique in the entire arc of Magic's history. I've talked about it a bunch in interviews and in other conversations and so on, about what it was like to open up packs that had cards that you had never seen before, that you'd never ever seen a person play that card against you. So every pack had this sense of mystery and novelty and so on. And it is a little bit hard to separate how special these cards really are because of that situation versus some sort of intrinsic quality that they have instead. I had this really interesting thing happen with the 3 sheets of beta. I have that artist proof and memorial thing on the wall. You've seen it. And I think you have at least one set of it as well.
I don't have a complete artist proof set.
But I'm talking about just the uncut sheets.
Not for beta, no. Those are hard to find. You're lucky.
I got very lucky to get that thing way back in 2018. But I've looked at it a million times. It's been an amazing conversation piece. I had my uncle, who's a world-renowned artist, come and look at the 3 panels. And without telling him a thing, I just said, do you notice any difference thematically between the panel on the left, the one in the middle, and the one on the right? Do they feel any different to you? Does the art feel more evocative somehow? Is it special? And he goes back and forth, spending 20 minutes with his artist's eye. And he turns to me and he says, well, the panel on the left has a kind of homogeneity to it because it has so many of those land cards. And the one in the middle has that homogeneity too, but not to the same extent. So the panel on the right has an advantage in that way. But those things aside, I don't feel any difference at all between any of these cards. It doesn't matter if it's a Black Lotus or a COP Blue. He felt no difference at all. And that was really interesting and informative to me, because it showed how much of this bias that I actually had because of that error that you and I have talked about.
Right, that when you see the rare sheet, every single card pops out as like Royal Assassin. I remember when I won a game with that, and so on and so on.
First rare I ever opened in a starter deck. I opened an unlimited starter deck at a Royal Assassin. People later told me, hey, that's really good. You should hold on to that. And it became the foundation of the first deck that I played. So it's very interesting how this kind of story and the evolution of the game, and particularly our experience, sort of informs our broader perspectives. We definitely have a very rarefied experience.
No pirating with DM today? No, we're going to watch this and then yap about Albion today.
I'd love to kind of talk about the idea perhaps of maybe informing that somehow.
Not much left in this video. I just wanted to watch it. It's like 2 minutes left in this video. I just wanted to watch it because, like, for those of you who don't know, Brian Weissman here on the left, he's a former professional MTG player, the creator of the deck, for those of you who know that one. And both of these guys, Chris Wilson and Brian Weissman, are two of the four founders of Grinding Gear Games.
Legacy to the
modern.
Just want
to watch two gods have a conversation. This is very interesting to listen to them.
To make people care about it, not so much as a collectible and a valuable collectible, because they're all over the place now and they can just print them at will, but it's something deeper. So I hope that we're able to touch on that. I would love some final thoughts on that subject.
Yeah, I have noticed when I've introduced people to Magic, in 5 or so years ago, they have been very open to learning about the original cards. There's certainly a type of person that's willing to go back 30 years to when the artwork looks a lot more hand-painted and to learn about those cards, even though they're potentially younger than the card is themselves. And that's been a good sign. I think that people are willing to respect the history of it. And I completely agree that, continuing the respect for the old cards is a really important thing, to respect the history of the game, because everything these days is an echo of what was established back then, all the color pie and identity and stuff. And there's so many lessons we can learn about what worked then. And I mean, Wizards is directly referencing it in homages. Like, they'll print sets that have stuff that echoes back the stuff that was from the beginning of the game. And that's very cool to see.
Yeah, there was a commander that was printed that puts a Black Lotus into play. You just get a counter of a Black Lotus. You're allowed to reprint it that way, I suppose. Chris, it has been a fascinating conversation today. Thank you so much for joining me and for being so patient with all of the inquiries and so on, and for your, as usual, incomparable, insightful, thoughtful answers.
Thank you. It's been a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
So cool to hear this. I really look forward to having subsequent conversations about all sorts of things. I would ask anyone in the audience, if you enjoy this content, please like or subscribe. Please share it with your friends if you'd like to do that. And absolutely feel free to leave questions for Chris and me in the comments. We will get to as many as we can, and we really look forward to the next one. I will see you for that.
Thank you.
That is the yap about Magic the Gathering co-founders of Path of Exile, Chris Wilson and Brian Weissman. Oh shit, dude! I love listening to them because they're so passionate about this, and it was something that's been seeding through the development of PoE and what we see today as well. So it's very, very interesting. I liked that. That was nice. We get to clap to the channel for him. The video, I linked that earlier. Here it is. Also the YouTube channel as well. Why can't I copy it? There we go. There it is. All right. So my plan today, for those of you who don't know, my daughter seemed to have been getting chicken pox. That's fun. And he's very sick, and our babysitter couldn't make it today. So I've been I slept about 2 hours, and then I spent time with my daughter till my fiance came home. So today's gonna be a little shorter stream because I'm a bit tired. However, I wanted to watch this and see if there's any new stuff for PoE, but I don't know if there's any other videos out there that's new that we should watch. Which means that I would like to go in and talk about Titan Quest 2 updates. When did that kick in? Because I heard about them introducing minions to Titan Quest. Is that patch live or? Like, is that patch live? It is? Oh shit. Go check that out. I can't do it today though. I'll have time to do it today. Summers are in. Has anyone played with it yet? Like, how is it? Is it good? Is it good? Summers are in. Which chat is saying? Have you guys played with it, or you just know that it's in and haven't touched it yet? When is the reveal for 0.5 or PoE2? We don't know. We don't know. Any mods are dabbling with it yesterday. Fair enough, fair enough. I heard Spectres are coming to Torchlight as well. Problem for me with Torchlight is I'll play it off stream, but I just don't have the time to schedule stream for it. Because tomorrow I am teaming up with DM for Albion. I pinned it in both chats. You can type exclamation mark Albion in the Twitch chat as well. We're going to be checking that out because we have a humongous, and I mean humongous, fucking promotion thing there. Where a shitload of streamers are going to be playing Albion online and having a bit of a competition. In YouTube chat, it should be in the pinned message in the chat. And Twitch, it should be pinned in Twitch as well. So if you guys want to join in and play with DM and me, you can just go onto the NA server and apply to the guild called Beach Enjoyers. Now, we'll be streaming that tomorrow. And it's going to be very, very fun. I haven't played it before, but let me update stream titles real quick. I found a video, or recommended a video to watch to learn the game because I've never played it. All right, let me up this stream title. Give me a second. Let me fix that on YouTube as well. Yo, stream titles updated. Yo, where is this video I was linked? What, did I get this video linked yesterday? Oh, here it is.
Are you looking to get...
So I was linked this video from Lupac. Albion Online, start your journey right. So I have never played it before. I've done the tutorial, and that's it. And we're gonna have like this massive competition with a shitload of streamers going to be competing. If you guys want to join in and play with DM and me, just apply to the Beach Enjoyers Guild and join in there, because we're gonna have like a bunch of things we have to achieve as a guild and whatnot. It's gonna be pretty cool. I'm supposed to be the closest thing left to UO. Wouldn't you say that RuneScape or Tibia is pretty close to UO? Both of those games came out in 97. Tutorial Pro. I've only done the tutorial because I wanted to experience and play the game fresh and new tomorrow, but I figured I was going to watch some videos today, try to grasp a little bit more understanding of the game. So I was recommended to watch this video. Sandbox gameplay. It seems like it, yeah. It seems really fun. I know that there was a big competition. I think it was last year. I know Sis got super hooked on a game and played it for a long time. And it seems like DM and I will be doing the same thing starting tomorrow. And basically what's going to happen is we're going to be able to have you guys join us and play with us and have this massive competition going on and see if we can, have the PoE boys win the competition. There will be other streamers from other directories as well. So it's going to be massive, like genuinely freaking huge. Any specific timeline where they're going to talk about? I heard it was somewhere in April. Late April. So we're expecting some sort of statement or announcement coming any day now. I mean, we're in the middle of April, so maybe next week or so that we'll see something. With the studio would take out UO and bring it to date. Still the best game I ever played. I mean, I to this day is still playing Tibia, which is heavily inspired by UO and the Ultima series. Anyways, I wanted to watch this video and just try to gauge Albion Online. So this video is Start Your Journey Right.
Perhaps
this is
you've
from
already
Albion
completed
Online.
the tutorial and now wonder what your next step should be. Well,
Yeah,
this
that's where I'm
video
at.
is for you.
Thank you. That's perfect.
In Albion, you will explore massive
Actually, let me link this. If any of you guys are joining in and you guys want to watch this video as well afterwards, here, let me link it.
world. Fight your way through dungeons, gather resources, farm, craft, and engage in solo, small-scale, or massive battles with other players, all while developing your
Jesus.
character.
Wait, hold up a minute now. How big are the PvP fights in this game? Very big. Wait, how many people? That looks insane. Up to 20 versus 20. 50 versus 50. It can be 100 plus. What? When do we start? Well, so here's the thing. People can start already. DM and I will be starting tomorrow. So if you want to join, type !Albion or check the pin message in both YouTube or Twitch chat. And then we are on the NA server. And you can apply to the guild called Beach Enjoyers. And we have Lupac. I'm not sure if Lupac's in the stream right now. But Lupac is in the guild as well to help us out and introduce new players. If you're new, there will be help there. I will be needing it. That's why I'm checking some stuff out right now. And basically, there's going to be massive amount of massive competition, right? Like I said several times now. But you don't have to play the PvP to participate and support our competition, because there's a lot of PvE stuff you can do as well as we're competing versus other streamers and their communities. Is this Albion Online? Yes, it is. And so it's going to be very interesting to see this competition, because it's going to be fucking massive. We got to beat Sis. Did Sis win last time? I don't know if they did. I think they did, because I didn't play last time. But DM and I are teaming up, so the two of us are combining our communities for Albion Online for this massive competition. So I'm just saying, two things. One, help us win. Two, if you want to play with us, join in. Like, we're going to need as many people as possible, especially if you can get 100 plus in a fucking PvP fight. That would be so cool. He said he's going to go hard. Oh, shit. We got to beat that, boys. Surely DM and I, with our communities, can beat Sis, right? Surely.
Their players,
let's watch this.
all while developing your character the way you want. But before you're able to do all that, you have to complete the tutorial. It will guide you through the very basic.
He said you were scared and that's why you were on NA. So there are two reasons why we went to an NA server instead of EU. One, DM is from Alaska. If he plays an EU server, his ping is fucked. So we chose NA for that reason. The other reason is people can play on, like, if you have an existing account, you can play that and join in. And since Sis went hard last time, he already has people in his guild. He already has a character and all those things built up, knows how to play the game. Me and DM, we're completely fresh in, or I'm completely new to this. I've never played it. So why would we go on the same server where all of the PoE folks on that server, on the EU server, is already playing in his guild? So we decided to go for NA instead. So if the NA people want to join in, or if you have Europeans want to join in with us to play with us, because the ping is not bad if you're from Europe, but it would be terrible for Alaskan people to play on an EU server. So those are the two reasons why we decided to play on the NA server.
Once the tutorial is completed, you will land in a starter town, where Albion will completely open up to you.
Jesus, so many.
Albion Online is a sandbox game, which means you may go wherever and do whatever you wish. This can be a bit overwhelming at first, but you'll get the hang of it pretty quickly. Your primary goal in the beginning is to gain fame. Fame functions like experience points, which will help you unlock more gear, and through gear, you gain access to more abilities. Combat fame is earned by defeating mobs. You can see your progress by opening the Destiny board and then selecting the skill you are developing. Immediately upon completing the tutorial, you can visit the Expedition Master near the center of any starting town. You can't miss the big glowing blue portal. Expeditions offer a convenient way to access a quick challenge and plenty of combat fame. You can also earn an extra reward for the first expedition you complete each day. If you're ready for a greater challenge, seek out a random solo dungeon in the wilderness. Completing a tier 3 dungeon is within your reach, and you will earn more silver and loot than you would from an expedition. After completing just 1 or 2 dungeons or expeditions, you'll unlock tier 3 or even tier 4 weapons and armor. Plus, you'll have some silver to spend to equip yourself in new gear. You'll also reach Journeyman Adventurer, which lets you equip riding horses and transport oxen. Go to the market and search for the type of equipment or mount you want, and use the filter system to narrow things down. If you're interested in gathering resources for fun and profit, buy a bag and some Tier 2 gathering tools from the market, and head out into the surrounding wilderness. Albion has 5 biomes. Depending on the type of biome you're in, you can expect to find the following resources. Forests are the best place for finding wood. If you want to mine ore, head for the mountains. Swamps have more fiber to gather than any other biome. Steppes are teeming with hide animals. And the largest deposit of stone can be found in the highlands. Each biome also has 2 other types of resources, though in much smaller quantities. The resources you've gathered can be refined into materials, which are then used to craft weapons and armor. But don't get sidetracked trying to craft your own gear. Unless you enjoy gathering and crafting, simply buy your gear from the marketplace. Let other players do the hard work for you, in exchange for silver. Joining a guild is an important step in your Albion online journey. This will give you friends and allies, or perhaps even access to a guild island or hideouts in the wilderness. Open the guild finder, then choose the language of the guild you are looking for and browse the recommendations. Or
this is what you can do. You can go to the guild section. You can apply to the guild called Beach Enjoyers if you want to play with us.
Click or tap the guild filter tab and search based on specific details. Once you got some tier 4 weapons and armor equipped, locate your nearest major city on the world map. That may be Bridgewatch, Fort Sterling, Limhurst, Martlock, or Thetford. Make your way to the city to begin the next chapter of your adventure. But first, Albion Online features player versus player combat. Depending on the zone you're in, PvP can result in knockdowns or in death. In lethal PvP, players who are killed lose all their items. But don't worry, with a little knowledge you can avoid losing your items, or avoid PvP combat entirely. Check the color of the zone on the world map or minimap. The colored icon next to the zone name indicates the consequences of PvP combat. Here's what you need to know. In blue zones, you cannot be killed or looted. In yellow zones, you can be attacked by other players, but not killed or looted. You only get knocked down. In PvP zones, colored in red or black, you can be killed and lose the items you're carrying, or kill your enemies and take their loot. And keep in mind, you will never lose your hard-earned silver or gold if killed or knocked down by players or monsters. If you want to attack other players, click or tap the blue button next to your avatar to flag yourself as hostile. You can now attack other players, but beware, when you are hostile, you can be attacked by anyone. Here are some tips on how to survive in PvP situations. A red or orange name tag indicates a hostile player. Keep an eye on the edges of your screen and watch for incoming hostiles. If you're on foot, stay near your mount at all times and be ready for a quick escape. Avoid carrying too much weight. Carrying too many items can slow you down, which means enemies have an easier time of catching up. Speed is key to survival. Make sure to select abilities, especially on your boots, that allow you to escape the quickest. In red zones, you can see how many hostile players are currently in your zone by checking the minimap. If the number is extremely high, it might be best to get out of there. The minimap also shows large groups of players as colored circles. Avoid these unless you're looking for a fight. A skull on the minimap indicates a player has recently been killed there. If you want to avoid a fight, keep away from these areas. If you're attacked, fighting back will prevent you from leaving the zone until your character is out of combat mode. It may be safer not to fight back so you can escape quicker. And finally, the tip every Albion player lives by. Don't go into PvP zones with items you cannot afford to lose.
Fair.
Establishing yourself in one of the 5 cities is a good starting point. You will have immediate access to a variety of content and opportunities. Enlist in your city's faction and fight in an ongoing war against the other royal cities and earn valuable rewards. Fight in the arena or the crystal arena with no risk of item loss. Or when you're ready, join the prestigious Full Loot Crystal League. Learn a trade skill, refine raw materials, or craft powerful weapons and armor to strengthen your guild or line your pockets at the marketplace. Become a transport merchant and move valuable items to more profitable destinations. Buy a player island of your very own where you can build houses, farm crops, and raise animals. Venture outside the safety of the city's walls into the open world and take on increasingly difficult dungeons alone or with friends. Gather natural resources in the wilderness to supply crafters across Albion. Catch a variety of fish in rivers, lakes, and oceans of the world. Experiment with a vast selection of weapons, armor, and equipment. Remember, there are no classes in Albion Online. You can freely combine gear to find your ideal build. Battle through corrupted
what is that glaive? I want to know how the class system works.
And PvP content. Make your way into the mists and discover mythical creatures in the lost city of Brazilian. Eventually, you may even decide to explore the roads of Avalon, or the massive continent to the north, the Outlands. Here, you'll face the utmost risk, and with risk comes great reward.
Gear-based.
Make a name for yourself and your guild by completing in guild seasons, conquering territories and castles. Ready to get started? Get out there and begin exploring the world, making friends, and overcoming your foes. Build up your character by earning fame and riches. In Albion Online, you get to choose where your adventure takes you. Enjoy your journey.
You just equip a gear and select that gear skill option. Yeah, I've seen that. Okay. So can I find say Albion Online weapon tier list? How about that? Tiers. What is this? Is this for PvE or PvP? Solo mist weapon. No baits tier lists.
What is going on, guys? In today's
I'm not watching Cade games. Sorry. Ranking all for open weapon tier list current meta. What is this? If it does define what each tier actually mean. Best weapon in the current meta. High damage and scaling, strong mobility, versatility. Prowling staff, double bladed staff. Is that double bladed staff like that glaive looking thing? Data, what you're looking, is that up there with the balancing in some weapons? Bloodletter, Fist of Avalon, Death Givers. Some restrictions you level as a type of equipment as you need to level that gear to a type to wear higher and higher tiers of that gear. So what is the double-bladed staff? Albion Online double-bladed staff. That looks like the glaive to me. Can I get a video? All right, here's a video. How does this look? Okay, can I see it in action? But he's just attacking low HP people. Okay, here's a fight. Here we go. It's like a melee thing. He's just chasing the guy down. Double bladed staff is a rat weapon. Well, why would you say it's a rat weapon? Oh, he's gonna kill him. Okay. So that's the other side. That. What is Bloodletter? Albion Online. Bloodletter. That's a sword?
In this one, we have a really strong, like, get to my E, but he used it a second earlier than me, so I die.
He dies.
And hit him down, basically.
Ganking. Dagger, basically. Seemingly, yeah.
For some reason, that Great Hammer dismounts on top of me, which will be a problem for him.
Okay, what else did they say in this list? Deathgiver sounded pretty cool. Albion Online. Deathgivers.
Mounted posture for a fight. After bumbling around for a little bit, a tier 7 fiber gatherer with dual swords shows up. They probably don't have much kill pressure, but they do pose a third party risk. The staff player completely whiffs an E, and it's back to posturing while waiting for the chest to pop. It's a green, and the staff player whiffs another E before going to channel at the chest. I'm down to fight, so I interrupt them with a Q, and then walk away to avoid their Q. I and have another.
How about us 1v1 so I can see the abilities a little bit?
I posture up to maybe start a fight, and they miss a Shadow's Edge cast. I boots in and pop my Merc during their E, since they won't be able to move away and I can get okay value. Once I hit 3 stacks, I blow everything to see how much burst damage there is and take them from 80% to 40% health. At this point, I realize I'm cooked and they will kill me, but I have no escape.
Oh, that doesn't sound good at all. Fist of Avalon, I don't want to do that. I mean, so far the double-bladed staff looked pretty cool. Okay, what's this? Daggers are all ass. Well, what do you guys recommend? Wait, he's a cat. Or what is this? Maybe it's in cat form or something. Albion's an extraction shooter. So according to this list, it's Prowling, Double-Bladed Bloodletter, Fist of Avalon. Like, do I just Google 2026 here? Solo meta weapon tier list. What do you guys recommend? There's no minions? No, I know there's no minions. How about this one? Oh,
I mean, I don't want to drag it yet. I'm just like playing around. Play, not for small. Re-breaking good.
Two S tier both according to this guy.
Sky Strider needs a nerf, not in particular. Solo ganking.
What is curses?
One hand curse.
What is curses? Curse staff super beginner friendly. What is a curse? So is that a curse weapon? Dot caster staff. Albion Online cursed staff. PvP. Any videos? Let me just cut that off so I can see. Curse that build strong. Endgame curse staff solo PvP gameplay. So what is like a Shadow Priest thing? We're playing on Type exclamation mark Albion, senior grind. We are playing on NA, and I'm gonna say this again. DM and I are teaming up on the NA server, and it's a massive competition. And if you have an existing character, you can join our guild and support the war efforts, because we're going to compete against a shitload of other streamers with us. So if you're interested in playing with us, you're more than welcome to join us, because we're going to need all the help we can get. And we have Lupac, a guy's going to help us help the new players coming in. And if you guys are experienced with the game, and if you already are in a guild, for example, then you can make another account or whatever. If you want to play with us and join us and help us out, you guys are more than welcome to do so. Our guild is called Beach Enjoyers on the NA server. Wait, okay, so Curse Staff seemed pretty cool. That sounded like a Shadow Priest thing. More than welcome to, Senior Grind. More than welcome to. Good starter web access, Curse Staff. Okay, so when you say Curse Staff is one hand, what is the offhand choice for that approach then? I got 3.8k hours in this game. I'll join your guild. You guys are more than welcome to. You guys can actually start playing today, but me and DM will be streaming this tomorrow, and I'm gonna go hard in it. I'm already in guild, been maining a healer. Nice. How good is Albion on phone? I have no idea. Get a starter weapon. Lupac's cool. Play with him and Sis at last event. Yeah, and Lupac's gonna be joining and helping me and Sis for this event. And our goal is to beat the other PoE streamers. So we need as much help as we can get. I know Sis played last time, and I believe he's playing again, right? And he's gonna be in the EU servers. And but they already have like a bunch of people, and they've already played last time. Me and DM, we're fresh out the gate here, so we need as much help as we can get to beat them. But Curse Staff looks pretty cool. Because I know Sis grinded hard last time. I'll probably be doing the same thing and learning the game, because this sounds like a really fun thing. And to top it off, I get to play with the community, and I think that's kind of fun, because we streamers, we don't really get that many options or opportunities in ARPGs to play with the community, and this game allows us to do so in a huge competitive friendly competition event with a bunch of streamers. So I'm actually very excited for this. I think that could be fun. We're gonna play on NA servers. If you guys want to play with us, feel free to join. We need the help, and it will be fun. All fan with curse are usually Muisak or Tapper. I don't even know what that is. Is that like a damage increase thing, or the equivalent of a shield? He said multiple times, got like 10 to 20 hours of hashtag ad played, over 200. Is it 400 or something like that? Oh yeah, I mean, from what I've seen so far, and the fact that I can play with the community, I'm very likely going to be playing way more than the ad requirements for me to play this. I post a link to what? The build? Yeah, go for it. I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, it looks like the kind of playstyle that I would enjoy. What is this? Adept's Torch. I don't know what this does. Adept's Curse Staff. Hunter Hood. Oh, here's abilities. Oh, okay. Food. Whenever you deal damage, steal. Have the health of the enemy. The enemy is lost. Okay. Quick sight value, see the in-game tooltip. I don't know what that is. Conjure magical bear, increasing your damage resistance, reflect incoming magic damage, increase all your damage, your healing cast, and increase defenses. I don't know what that is. Cursed sickle, shoot the cursed sickle in a targeted direction, piercing through all enemies. The sickle returns to the cast position after it reaches full cast range, applying all of its effects again. Apply 1 Vile Curse charge to each enemy hit. Each Vile Curse charge deals X amount of damage over stacks up to D times. Release a demonic beam in the target direction. All enemies hit. Reduces damage resistance. Death can place a death curse on target enemy, dealing magic damage based on the amount of Vile Curse charges on the target. After B, the damage cannot be reflected. Consumes all Vile charges on the enemy. Each auto attack restores energy. Okay. They're quite decent for leveling and getting all the stuff figured out. Is there like a mail system? Like, can people send mail to one another? Because I know someone said that they could send items to me or something. Is that a thing? Small thing, whether a build is good depends on what content you want to do and if you will be solo or in group. Last event, we had a lot of Black Zone content done with Sir groups. Meta builds were much different for that. Whether a build is good depends on what content you want to do and if you'll be solo or in group. Like, I'll probably play a lot of solo in the start to learn the game, right? You just trade. Got it. It's an auction house. Gotta level up your gear for being able to wear it. Got it. Like, I will be streaming this tomorrow and I'm gonna go very hard on it. It's gonna be very fun. I'm literally excited for this. I just needed to find like a type of play style or build that seems and looks fun. So far, like, this whole cursed thing seems like a pretty cool thing to do. The cursed staff thing. How is it in PvE? No, we're playing on NA server. Again, you can check the pinned message in YouTube and pinned message in Twitch. If you're in Twitch, you can type !Albion. We're going to play on the NA server. DM is from Alaska, so his ping would be atrocious if we played on the EU servers. What is this?
Cursed Staffs. Today we'll dive into figuring out which is the best of the Cursed Staffs. In the current meta, almost every one of them has its place in Albion, except for one, which we'll talk about later. Today there'll be a lot of theory and examples. I've broken it all down into timestamps, enjoy the watch. Let's start with the general Q, W skills and passives. First Q, Wild Curse. Applies 1 Wild Curse charge which deal periodic damage, up to 4 charges. A great Q for PvP in corrupted dungeons, mist and hellgates. The main damage comes from the periodic damage of curse charges. On its own, this Q doesn't deal much damage. Second Q, Cursed Cycle.
Regular curse staff is the best for PvP. Shadow Caller is nice for leveling.
Launches a cycle that damages all enemies hit and returns to its starting position, applying a curse charge to them. In the current meta, it's not the best Q for Cursed Staffs. It has a long cooldown and it's tough to land. Personally, I guess it's useless Q for current meta. Third Q, Cursed Tar. Creates a 3-meter radius pool of Cursed Tar, slowing all enemies inside by 10%. Enemies in the pool gain a curse charge every second. This is the ideal Q for PvE. It also used on some stuffs in ZVZ and small scale fights. Let's move on to W abilities. First W, Armor Piercer. Fires a 22-meter beam, dealing damage and reducing resistance for all enemies hit. This W can be used in PvP for kiting. On a one-handed staff, you can also pair it with your E to deal even more damage. More on that a bit later. Second W, Desecrate. Roots all enemies within a 4-meter radius and applies 1 curse charge to them. In PvP, use it against mobile opponents to catch up with them. Third W, Grudge. Enhances the auto attack of selected ally, usually yourself. The skill stacks up to 4 times, with more stacks increasing damage. You hit max stacks super fast. By the 3rd stack you can start auto attacking and the 4th max stack will build during the animation. Use Grudge against opponents you need to fight face to face, like daggers or swords. Fourth W, Cursed Beam. A targeted ability that deals damage. If the target has a curse charge, it creates a 4-meter radius pulse that deals area damage, consuming 1 curse charge every 2 pulses. This W dishes out massive area damage, which perfect for PvE. Fifth W, Dark Matter. A bouncing orb that jumps from one enemy to another, dealing minor damage with a long cooldown. It's the most useless skill in Albion. Let's move on to passives. First passive, every fourth auto attack deals damage in a 5-meter radius around the selected target. It deals very little damage in both PvP and PvE. I don't recommend using it. Second passive restores a small amount of mana. Pick this if you're running out of mana. Third passive, every fifth spell increases all your damage by 10% for 4 seconds. This is the most popular passive. It has a non-obvious mechanic. For example, take Grudge. If you activate Grudge while this passive buff is active, Grudge will deal 10% more damage.
So what's the difference between regular Curse Staff and Shadow Caller? Or is that just the two different skills? Or is that different weapons? Also, the weapon has they're different weapons, and the weapon differences changes the E skill. Is that it? Each weapon has a different E skill, and all of the cursed staff, the family of cursed staff, the cursed staff has these Q abilities that we're watching here, and they have the W abilities and the passive abilities, but the E is different based on the base item. Is that, am I understanding it correctly? Artifact a tier higher than non-artifact? I don't know what artifact is. Okay, so let's not do too much here. What I just said, was that correct? Have I? Okay, you guys are saying yes. Perfect. Okay, so then I understand. It's a curse staff has these things, and which version of the curse staff changes the E ability. And you guys, or someone was saying that Shadow Caller was good for PvE. Landline Bling said that, and that the regular version of it is the best for PvP. Some weapon is one-handed and two-handed. Okay. So what is the artifact thing? Some better for PvE or PvP. Got it. So what's the whole small scale PvP? I can see how large scale PvP you want to have more AoE skills. Like I can see that being a thing. So what's the whole artifact thing? Okay, watch this whilst I just ask you guys questions.
Even if the passive buff expires. But if you activate Grudge first and then get the passive buff, Grudge won't get the 10% damage bonus from the passive. Fourth passive, every sixth spell increases your movement speed by 20%.
You don't care about artifact now, it's about crafting. Okay.
Mobile opponents in PvP.
Can someone explain to me how the tier system works?
One-handed Cursed Staff. The ability Death Curse. Throws a skull at an enemy that explodes after 5 seconds. Dealing damage based on the number of wild curse charges. The ability damage cannot be reflected. Great for
Okay, so this is the PvP weapon, the regular curse staff thing. So you put the curse, well, you stack up vile charges, put the E on them, stack more vile charges till it pops, if I understand it correctly. Higher tier, higher stats. Okay, so the tier system is just higher stats. And the base damage goes up, I would assume then. As tier 4.1 equals tier 5. Tier 4.2 equals tier 6. What does that even mean? 3 first weapons gives you more IP to others when you leveled up and you don't need the artifact. With artifact gives you less IP to others. I don't know what IP is. A tier 4 weapon, 0 enchants equals tier 4, level 4. A tier 4 weapon with 1 enchant equals level 5. Max is tier 8 and 4 enchants. Oh, item
in this
power.
Video, I'm going to explain item power in Albion Online in the simplest way possible. If you're a beginner, this is one of the most important systems to understand in the game. Item power affects how strong you are, how much damage you deal, how tanky you feel, and even who wants to fight you. A lot of new players waste silver because they don't understand item power. They buy expensive gear, feel weak, and they think they are doing something wrong. After this video you will know what item power really is, how to get stronger without spending more silver, and how veterans abuse cheap gear with high spec. So if you want to stop burning silver and start playing smarter, let's get into it. Every item in Albion has item power or IP. IP is basically a number that shows how strong that item is. All items start with a base IP. For normal, non-artifact items, this base IP is the same. At tier 4, the base IP is 700. Every tier gives plus 100 IP. Every enchantment gives plus 100 IP. Every quality upgrade gives plus 20 IP, except the jump from Excellent to Masterpiece, which gives plus 40 IP. Artifact items start a little higher depending on the artifact used, but the idea is the same. If you're a complete beginner or just started playing with a new weapon, just don't use anything more than 4.1. This will keep your build cost on the lower end. Once you equip an item, item power is affected by specialization or spec. Spec shows how experienced your character is with that weapon or armor type. And here's the important part. A beginner and a veteran can use the same exact item. The veteran will have way more IP just because of spec. That's why people always say, don't go full loot PvP with zero spec. If you do, you will feel weak, lose fights and burn silver a lot faster. To match a veteran's power without spec, you would have to buy way more expensive gear, and that's definitely not worth it. And one other small detail is, higher tier items also benefit slightly more from spec bonuses. This is shown by the stat called Mastery modifier on tier 5 and higher items. Other than that, it does not matter how you reach a certain item power. If two players have the same IP, the result is the same. They will do same damage and have the same power. This is why cheap gear plus spec is so strong in Albion Online. Here what I mean is, like, a new player...
So let's say I want to play Curse Staff, and for me to skill my spec, I just have to kill things with the Curse Staff to skill that, I would assume. Is that correct? Okay.
Can get 8-1 item, but a veteran with high spec can just use lower tier item, but they will have the same item power and that item power will function the same. And on the other hand, if you have spec and high tier items...
Okay, so this guy's understanding the concept of item power, but what does the item power actually do? Does the higher item power make me do more damage, take less damage, or like how does the item power do? Or is that just a number that shows how high level of gear with the spec I have? How strong is my character's experience and gear combined gives me a numerical value to display that, like, or does it actually give you power, or is it just a display? Item power shows how good the gear you have is, and the gear I have is also including the experience, like the spec, that is. So essentially the experience my character has with the gear I have equipped, and all of that weaves in and shows me I am this strong, and that's what the IP is saying.
You will reach item power levels that a beginner can't reach. Item power makes items stronger in two ways. It increases stats and it improves some spells. Weapons with more IP usually means more damage. Melee weapons, on top of the damage, it gives more HP. Helmet, chest, boots, more IP on these means more HP and energy. Chest armor gives damage or healing bonuses, but these bonuses do not scale with item power. For example, tier 4 mercenary jacket will give you the same damage bonus as tier 8 mercenary jacket. Resistances on chest pieces do scale a little bit, but the biggest stat difference you will notice from item power is more health. And not all spells scale the same way. Percentage passives like cooldown reduction do not scale. Flat number passives scale a little bit. And some of the active spells scale really well with item power, others barely change at all. I think the best example for this is one-handed fire staff versus wildfire staff. On the one-handed fire staff, more IP means more E damage. But on the wildfire staff, maximum HP damage part does not scale at all. And when it comes to upgrading your gear, think about what your build actually does. If your plan is big weapon damage and defensives and like kiting after that, then you should upgrade your weapon first. You might even use 1 or 2 tier higher weapon compared to your other gear. And don't forget, even if you optimize for spells, weapon and chest piece upgrades still give the most raw power overall. Both provide huge stat value and make you much stronger. Now let's talk about the average item power a little bit. Average item power is just the average of weapon, offhand, chest, helmet, boots and cape. Bag and mount do not count. Two-handed weapons count as 2 items. Average IP doesn't make you stronger by itself, but if it goes up, weaker players will avoid you and stronger players look for you. That's why you should never increase item power without getting real value. One of the most common beginner mistakes is about choosing a cape. Some capes scale really well, like Tethered Cape, Avalonian Cape. More item power means more damage, but many capes don't. Undead Cape, Limer's Cape, Smuggler Cape, these ones on higher tier only means slightly shorter cooldowns. Since these capes usually proc once per fight, upgrading them raises your item power and gives you almost no benefit, plus you spent more silver. And experienced players instantly spot this mistake. And if you are real low on silver or just started playing, to keep your build cost on the lower side, you can just use a regular cape. And sometimes you will see players with no cape at all. They are doing this to lower their average item power to fool newer players to thinking that they are weak, but in reality they have really good item power on their weapon and armors. And one other thing we can mention is consumables.
Okay, that makes sense.
Food and potions do not
I
increase average item power, and they bring more value than upgrading some armor pieces without attracting stronger enemies. So you can use higher tier or enchanted food and potions to get stronger. Usually I don't really recommend spending more than 10 or 15% of your actual build silver value on food and potion, but depending on your build or the activity, you can exceed these limits. And one other thing you can do to increase your item power is overcharge. This mechanic lets you increase your item power by 100 for 30 minutes without actually upgrading your gear. But to be able to do this, you need 10 siphon energy, and on top of that, once you activate overcharge, there is a 15% chance to break your items. If you activate it again to increase the duration of overcharge to 1 hour, this chance goes up to 30%. Personally, I use this feature a lot because upgrading the gear itself is usually more expensive than overcharge cost. Obviously there is a risk of items breaking, but depending on your build, this usually worth the risk. I don't really recommend doing this if you are learning a new weapon or when you are low on silver, but just keep that in mind that you have this option as well. And that's basically everything you need to know about item power in Albion Online. If you remember just one thing from this video, let it...
Okay, so I understand that essentially for PvP, there seems to be like a sweet spot of the kind of gear that I'm expected to use. Whereas I want to have like the highest tier possible GHAZZY decked out shit for PvE content, since I am not going to be losing my gear, right? Have I understood the system then? So the whole budget thing, that's only if you engage with the PvP part of the game? We don't know yet, Azavir. We have no idea. Like, I started the game here. Playing. Not worth a gig invest in PvP gear because it's really easy to just lose it. So it's not worth it. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. You basically want to set up like a specific set you want to use for PvP, and that when you die, you just buy new gear pieces for that on a full loot PvP, and then outside of full loot PvP, you play with your PvE set, if you will, and your PvE set is just, you know, the higher tier, the better kind of approach. Are there like raids and shit in this game? Because I know I saw a video saying that there's like dungeons and group dungeons and whatnot. Is there tanks and healers? Someone said in YouTube chat earlier that they played a healer for PvP. There is Ava raids. I don't know what Ava raids is. Good question. I was asking myself the same as a WoW Andy. Yeah. Where did the game go? Oh, it crashed my Tibia because of Battle Eye. I can't have Tibia running at the same. Okay. There is tanks and healers, and I'm assuming tanks and healers are kind of required for dungeons then, I guess. High loot requires very specific builds IP. Also gives XP for week.
After 1,000 years, the mists
different kinds of tanks like golden clumps them. Tank healer support DPS. billion different activities. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, could you shut up? That's what I was talking about earlier. For those of you who want to join us in this competition, this event that's going to happen with a fuckload of streamers, you can support and help us, and you know, help us in this competition without engaging with the PvP, because a lot of people don't like full loot PvP and just want to do the whole farming stuff, the house building stuff, the material stuff, the crafting stuff, and all those things, and PvE part of the game. You can just do that, and you'd still contribute and help the guild and help us in this competition. You don't have to PvP. We're going to be playing on NA server. You can check the pin message in the chat. So this is my character. This is on the America server. Where do I click? Enter world. Most of endgame PvE is connected to full loot. What is this? Twitch drops? There's Twitch drops here. Let me fix that so you guys get Twitch drops. You have a new unclaimed reward. You want to see them now. Okay. I don't know what I got. Okay, my account is... Okay, you guys should be getting drops now. What's premium? I have no idea. Like, I've never played this before. I got a letter. What is this? Congratulations, you've earned a reward for your first successful referral. Pilot tomes. Obtaining these non-tradable pilot tomes inside adds valuable tomes to your inventory. Huh? What does that even do? Any trade items you accept now will drop or trash if you're killed. Don't use them right away. What is this? You've received a reward for referring other players to Albion online. Stag skin Foglands dough. Consuming this item permanently unlocks Foglands dough on this server. It becomes tradable during maintenance 15 days after referral season has ended. What's the inventory there? How do I use it? Unlock. I don't know how I get that. What is this? Scroll of fame. Fame for all activities. Okay. Linking reward. You've successfully linked your Albion online account with a Twitch account and now able to claim Twitch drops. A chest awarded for participation in the community. Opening it adds valuable rewards directly to your inventory. Blue Bard's hat. Community token. Oh, it's an MTX. Oh. Okay. Where do I see game is definitely interesting. I just think it'll piss a lot of people off when they get jumped for all their loot. But that's why I'm saying, like, you don't have to do the PvP part. You can do the PvE parts as well and contribute to the war efforts. There's a cosmetic tab. Appearance. Does it cost money to do this? To equip? Why is it saying 6K there? Why is it saying 6K gold there? Or it's just about how much gold I have. Fly. Oh shit. Oh, okay, okay, I get it. I get it, okay. Unlocked. Okay. Unlocked, and I can apply the dough. Okay, I see. Victory emotes. Okay. Got it. Convert gold to silver and the other way around. Okay. Where do I see... That's guilds. Guild management. Where do I see people that have applied to join the guild? Siphon. I have no idea what this is. Found alliance. Recruitment. Wait, where do I see guild applications? What's the event goal? There's like some... I don't know if it's fame or it's something between the guilds. And this all starts... we're going to be starting tomorrow, but people can already join the guild today. Like, learn the basics. Just apply it. Yeah, I'm trying to find where I see applications. Like, where do I click to see people applying to the guild? Yeah, I'm supposed to stream this tomorrow, but I wanted to start tomorrow having somewhat of a freaking idea what I'm doing. So we already know I'm gonna play with the curse staff. I don't know when I can get that, but one thing at a time. Take the top right corner, like up here. I already clicked on it. Oh, I mean like this? On a mail. Guild inbox. Is this where applications show up? You should get a mail in game if someone applies. Oh, okay. So beach enjoyers, if you guys want to join the guild, that's where you go. Okay, so I get an in-game mail. Bina faction warfare. What's the other B button? Okay, so this is the skill tree. By the way, this is the skill tree. Okay, when can I get a curse staff? Because I have a novice fire staff right now. And the right side of that is crafting, correct? Yes. You have unselected spells. Let's try and navigate and learn the menus. All right, I can click here. Loadouts. Oh, I can have a PvE loadout and a PvP loadout. Oh, that's smooth. You need to level up the T4 fire staff. Once you're tier 4 fire staff, you also have access to all other staffs. So what about these books? Should I use these? Does that just give me XP? I didn't understand these. The bills people are using. Press X and check it out. Not yet. I know what a community token is. Save the books. Saving the book. What is this? Fame. I can save that too. Then gives you XP on your on gear you're using. Gear is the same as a skill you want to level. So when should I use those books? If you get lower books, use them, not the higher ones. So which one is this lower book? And what is this? This is what, a tier 8 book, I guess then? So I should use these. Should I use all of them? People prefer to use high tier, T8 good, T1 low for XP and equipment they want to main. This book will give you XP/spec, but only to your current equipped build. Could be wasted if you're not on the right one. Check how to unlock the cursed. So what kind? Oh, so that's the mage. That's cursed staff. Level 1 unlocks. So okay, so what defenses do I use? Do I use cloth on all pieces, or what do I use? Because that's plates, leather, and cloth. Okay. You'll mainly use leather for curse in solo content. Armory, where you can check build. Armory. Show locked button. Fire Arcanist Frost. I guess it's Warlock we're doing, right? Shadow Caller for PvE and a regular curse staff for PvP. Cleric robe for cloth armor. Bruiser Mage, use leather. Mercenary jacket, if you want to be a lot more squishy, use cloth. You want mercenary boots, mercenary jacket, adept helmet for your cursed staff build. Okay, so if I want that, I currently have a scholar robe, scholar sandal, scholar. Okay, so I have cloth. So wait, you said adept helmet. I don't have an adept helmet. And you said mercenary boots, mercenary jackets. Where'd I find it? Adept helmet. Invite you trading. Yo, Miso with a raid. Appreciate you, man. Yo, are you playing Albion tomorrow? Appreciate the raid, man. Thank you. What is this? Journeyman's Tome of Spells. Journeyman's Cursed Staff. I can't even use any of this. Let's check it out one of these days, though. What did I just click accept? Oh. Kill some mobs and equip this. Huh. I have tier 2 on that. Okay. The safe helmet choice would be the plate armor helmet guardian. Well, someone recommended I'm supposed to have an adept helmet. Thank you, by the way. Adept just means tier 4. So what, should I have the mercenary helmet then? Or what like that's leather, right? Mercenary's leather? Yet. Don't use now. Just buy if you don't have it. Merc is leather. You just start off with a soldier helmet. So The reason I'm asking, can I not equip the mercenary helmet then? So now I have the right item types that I'm supposed to have. And then can't I just use one of these books? So I can equip the curse stuff? Wouldn't that work? Because this will now give XP to the correct item pieces that I want. And if that's the correct set, shouldn't I also use this in that case? Official Albion Alliance site, community section with builds. We did already. Use books. So now that I have all the items equipped, do I have the correct offhand? Am I supposed to use a tome? Because according to this guide was suggesting a torch. Instead of a tome. What's the difference? Use torch? I don't think I have a torch. You will cap on XP in tree. That guide is 2025. Book gives cast speed, which you don't really need on curse. Everything in that guide scales with the leather armor tree line. So this guy, Ippy Jump, do you have like a low level torch? This game seems super complicated. There seems to be a lot to learn for sure. How did I dismount? A. Where's my? I'm supposed to have a new look on it. I changed my mount to the doe, the stag moose. Why isn't that working? Apply. That didn't work. Didn't work at all. Now I got a skin gore stag for this. Okay, so that's a torch. Thank you, sir. But I can't equip this torch. Why does it show up Journeyman Hunter for that? What? How do I unlock that then? You go through tutorial when creating character? Yeah, I did. You need to kill with a tier 2 bow. Okay, so I need to get a bow till I have unlocked this. Also, you need to level up your fire staff to tier 3. Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking, like, I don't want to play too much today because I want to play tomorrow. I'm just trying to like learn today. So I can use set right now is get your weapon going. Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking. Like if I have all of these pieces equipped now, then I can just use my XP book now. How do I join the clan? Yeah, you have to apply to beach enjoyers. Use books, the 1k XP one. How many? Journeyman Adventure. Oh, that was enough to equip this. Okay. Okay, I can't equip the curse staff yet because I need. Well, now, okay. So if I understand it correctly, I would now have to essentially find a bow and kill some monsters with a bow. Do I have to carry these axes, by the way? It works right now. Let's say I'm done with the build. No need to equip gather weapons. Oh, so I can just drag these to the bottom and not care about them. What is this? Beginner broadsword. Okay. Okay. You need to, as more as you can. Okay. Need to XP T2 torch if you want to use tier 3. So can I equip a tier 2 torch right now? Because my understanding was that I could not. This torch is over here. Oh, I can. Okay. Can I afford buying? Okay, where's the auction house? I need to find an auction house. Marketplace. Buy and sell. Okay, this guy. So, category. Weapons. Can I scroll? No. Offhand, of course. Offhand, hunter, torch. Found it. And then I have to search for a tier 2. Doesn't exist. Tier 1 doesn't exist. Only tier 3s exist. And I only have 265 silver, so that's not gonna help. Okay.
My pleasure.
I can craft. Where is the crafting station? Craft tools, bags, and capes. Refine stone and shit. Fine. Sell arena rewards. Press N. Oh. That helped. And this guy... Well, this is not showing... What? You have it already? It's in inventory? Wait, what? No, I have a tier 3 torch, but I can't equip it. We're trying to find a tier 2 torch. You guys said I could use a tier 2 torch to level up. Because if I can't do that, then I have to hunt with a bow. Right? Oh, it doesn't exist. So then I do this, right? I just buy this bow then. Or craft this bow. Where do I see how much wood I have?
Let's get to work.
Alright, YOLO. I made a bow. Multi-shot. Okay, so I do this then.
You make an excellent target. Just kidding.
Grab bow, kill some balls, then I can use a torch. Okay. Okay, got it. Now I need to figure out where do I go for PvE content or quests. Like, what's the... Beaver, tan. Okay, that's those materials. Repair state. Can my gear break? Is the durability? M. Okay. Press M, check global map. But did I just click that? This dungeon is filled with enemy lootable riches. And PvP, so I don't go to the reds and blacks. Yeah, I saw that. The blue ones are PvE. The yellow ones are not full loot PvP, and the red ones are full loot PvP. Fuck is this big titty lady here? What the fuck? Elite Bone Crusher, Earth Mother. It's open world game, no real go-to place. So I just go straight down here to the left for Cross Gorge then. So if I look at the map, I just go down to Cross Gorge, and I guess then. That's a sandbox, right? Solo randomized dungeon. Look for these encounters. Wait, where am I clicking now? Oh. Where did I? Oh, okay. So I see that on the mini map here behind the camera for a dungeon. Stone Mason. Okay. How about a dismount so I can test my abilities? I have to click on that. Multi-shot. What does that do? Enchant 4 of your arrows for the next 8 seconds while you hold enchanted arrows. Your auto attack speed is increased. Okay. That's healing. Healing. Dodge roll. Increase your health region outside of combat. Okay. Got it. You should head to Fort Sterling. Things will be cheaper there as every auction house is unique. We'll be fine. We started in the mountains, by the way, in a mountain cross. If you guys are playing with us and joining in. Can't do that while it's mounted. I killed the bunny. I gotta hide. Here's a dungeon. Solo dungeon. Okay. Okay. Oh, this seems easy enough. If I sidestep, does it... Oh, I have to left click again for it to attack. Okay. Oops. My bad. That's a start. Gain 1,000 fame from killing monsters. For 30 minutes, okay. It will grow old, farming 70 fame per mob in solo dungeons. Spacebar is auto attack. You need to select the target. Okay. There's an ad. Tomorrow it will be. Today, no. And I check here, people apply to the guild. Okay, got it. It's like almost 2 weeks for the event, by the way. Okay. You have a kill mod there, solo dungeons are trash. Oh, I can sidestep and just press space and it'll work fine as well. Oh, they reset. Okay. It's like a massive competition. So how much do I need to kill to get the... Oh, there I see. So the Journeyman Hunter... Okay, I got it. Okay. The fuck did that hit me, motherfucker? Okay, so then I can check this. I'm almost ready. You gotta get used to the controls. Okay. Go back upstairs. Up here. Oh, I'm fucking dying. Oh, they reset. Okay. What is this green thing? Oops. What does the E button do? Brother, I'm dying. Why are you not shooting him, dude? Oh, so I got an XP book. Okay. And this allows me to now equip the torch. Okay. And now I can use this XP book. But I shouldn't use this because this gave I don't even see how much XP this is giving me. But I was told not to use it because I would lose value of it. Use later. Am I supposed to use the armor piercer? Okay, so now I have my weapon that I want to use. Okay. Oh, I have to hold it down. Oh, the resets. Best way to level up your weapon is to do faction warfare later. Just buy XP books with points. Well, we don't have to meta play it right now. Like, that's fine. So which one is it that makes me get HP for the damage I'm dealing? Or is that for every one of these weapons? I saw that somewhere. Or is that a passive thing? Okay. Third and second queue for clearing mobs for cursed. Well, I don't. Oh, I can. Oh. First sequel for a weekly. Okay. I did get stunned there. Huh. Oh, so I'm running out of mana all the time. I gotta use this space button. Where was the mana return on hits? You need to unlock the relevant mastery level in the desert, so mastery requires others to be unlocked first. Okay, so that's what I get for the warlock thing. Ah, okay. Men wounds give mana, okay. Armor also have skills. Okay, so the mercenary jack gives me the mend. That's the shield. That's the dodge roll. Cape has nothing. What does the torch have? Nothing, just attack speed. Okay. I'm learning, boys. One step at a time, going through the motions here. What does this mean? Adept adventurer. What is adept adventure? Oh, there. Adept buildings buildable. Oh, so now I can equip a bunch of new capes. Okay. Trainee tracker. So this is the cooking stuff, gathering, crafting. And wait, is this like just generic levels then? Okay. Okay. Oh, I got a letter. Guild application. Sid, welcome in. Okay, there we go. A lot more game depth to the game that it first seems. Take your time with it. Yeah, that's why I wanted to check it out today, because the sponsorship is tomorrow. But myself, DM, and many other streamers, like, we're going to go pretty goddamn hard. And so I wanted to go through the game today and learn it, just to get an idea, so I don't go in tomorrow and I'm completely fucking useless. Yeah, reputation. I don't know what the reputation is referring to. No, I keep counting them too far back. My bad. Okay. Learning the controls gonna take a while. Sis is playing. I'm teaming up with DM. I don't know who other have said yes. I don't want to say names that might have declined it, but just drive like over 100. For I know that there's a shitload of streamers, and the important job for us is making sure that the PoE community wins. Okay, that's the only thing that's important. Okay, I know what this does. Need time to learn it, yeah. But if you guys want to contribute and help out and be part of it and play with DM and me, then just check the pinned message and join us. We'll need all the help we can get, clearly. We're both completely new. Okay, the curse thing seems pretty cool. I kind of dig it. I'm kind of digging it. I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm dead. How do I heal? I'm gonna die. How do I respawn? Getting up. Okay. I need to get mana back. Well, I thought I cleared it, man. Take my sympathy folder for your death. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you. Kiting. Do I just fucking face tank him or what? Did he seriously reset? Brother. Did he just interrupt me? Okay. I guess we're just face tanking then. It's official. I suck at this game. Okay. Albion tourism. Well, I want to learn. That's why we're here. I can't kite too far away either. I'm out of mana now. I get him though. I got him. Okay. Have to use this on cooldown more. Okay, so what's this? Exit dungeon. Okay. But first I need my loot. A beginner's bag of silver. A non-tradable consumable item which will reward a large amount of silver when opened. Journeyman's soldier armor. Mercenary jacket tier 3. I have a tier 1, so that's an upgrade. Mercenary hood tier 3. That's also an upgrade. So take all. I use all, and I get silver. Equip. So why is the leather armor not going up? I thought that would happen when I used the XP books. Your W is Pierce on usually right before E explodes. You have tier 2 armor in inventory, equip it. Otherwise I don't get XP. What? But this is a scholar robe, not a leather one. Well, nobody told me that before I used the XP books. The hell? Do I vendor or dismantle, or what can I do with this? Like, first I'm going to try this. Can I teleport back to base somehow? Yeah, okay, but did anyone ever want to buy a tier 3 journeyman soldier? How do I teleport back to base? Need only PvP play? No, we need all of them. While mounted, you can use the journey back ability to teleport to the last city. Well, that answers my question. This costs silver. Where is it? Is it this one? Journey back costs 200 silver. I don't have much money. I'm right next to it here, so I'm just gonna write back. Over here, right? Claim your rewards from each mission in the Albion Journal, shortcut J. So this is XP books. Certain number of missions in each category to unlock unique rewards can only be earned through the journal. Adept's Royal Sigil certifies that the bearer has completed valuable work for the king. Claim. What does this do? Okay. Craft and sell it for... Okay. Auction house was up here. The red area to sell... Decide to sell items. Sell the royal sigil you got from the Albion Journal. Beginning it's best to sell any loot to get from dungeons. Oh, so I can just straight up just do this. That's just a quantity. Sell order. Price. 26. 28. Sell will give you less money, but it's instant. It's best to use it for expensive items. Okay. Get it. I got it. Repair? Do I have to repair it before I can sell it? And then I can sell it, and I basically make no money. I just lost money doing that. Okay, that's fucking retarded. I'll just sell all of it for now. Use quick sell, the difference is 10% or less. I'm just dumping off everything. Okay, so can't I get rid of this if, like, I don't want to repair it? Sell. Alright, whatever. We'll do that one just to get the thingy. Can't sell unrepaired. Okay. Where do I see the durability, though? I don't see where the durability is. Oh, it's that circle there. So why is it green and these are white? I see it there. Oh, I missed that. It was so small. Okay. White is 100%. Okay, got it.
Stay honest.
So if I look at my inventory, I can just do that. Enter didn't work. The fuck these things. Okay. Best to purchase equipment at the marketplace. Generally not recommended to craft your own equipment. It's usually more efficient to buy equipment from the marketplace. Think of equipment as consumables. They can be easily bought and sold at the marketplace. Okay.
Welcome, friend.
And the anatomy of an item. Higher tier item is more powerful than lower tier. In addition, higher tier items makes better use of any Destiny board specializations. We learned that from the video. Enchantment level on an item increase the item power by the equivalent of a higher tier would give. We learned that from the video. And quality improves the power of an item slightly. The quality is randomly decided when an item is crafted. Better crafting can create higher quality item more often. And we need to do this. Helmet, leather. You guys said, is it mercenary hood? Like, I need to find a tier 2 though. All. There are no tier 2. There are no tier 2 leather helmets. There are no tier 2 chests either. Oh, because I'm in the sell tab and I'm retarded. Thank you for not saying that out loud. I did. Got it. Thank you. So this one is blue. Does that mean... Okay, so this one's blue. Does that mean that it's a 2.1? Am I understanding that correctly? Item power 520 is good quality. So we're okay. Armor 143. Okay, so it's slightly better. I don't care. So I'll buy the cheapest shit. Border is the quality. Okay. We need a leather helmet tier 2. That looks extremely expensive. Oh god, it's so expensive. Okay. Whatever, YOLO. And then we want leather boots. It really doesn't matter. There. Now I will get experience for leather gear, right?
Bought everything?
And then I will equip this. Where do I get the backpack? Hold on. Bags. All bags. Did I buy a bag? I got 35k silver, dude. I'm like made of money. This one even has a higher quality to it. I mean, I'll just fuck yeah, yellow. Fuck it. I bought a bag. What is this slot? Potion? Capes? All capes? Can I equip this? A tier 3 cloak? Tier 4 bag and a cape? This shit is 8,000, dude. What does a tier 4 bag do? Not worth it. This one is orange. Where do I see the bag space? How much does it actually give me? What am I looking at? Item power 740. 720. Max weight. Here, I bought a bag. And I can just sell my old bag. Okay. Oh, okay. So okay, I got it. Okay. Okay. Bag is good. Don't worry about cape. Okay, so fuck the cape. Journal, right? Because I can claim this now. Because I did this. Wear a full set of tier 3 equipment. Okay. Got it. So do I use this book then? Because now I have equipment, so this will give me the skill, right? I use this, and that allows me to equip these two. Okay, sorry, I keep getting messages in Discord. And then I can sell these two, and I'm done with it. Okay. Why is it saying 2% up there? What does that mean? What is the 2% number here? Oh, current weight. Oh, that's where I see it. Okay. Got it. That is my weight. Point beam entire direction. Reduce damage resistance for 4 seconds. So the death curse. Ah, okay. So essentially I want to pop 4 charges of the Vile Curse. And then I wait at least a second after casting Death Curse before I beam them. Then Death Curse does the most damage. Okay, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, I got abilities here now. What is this? Howl, release Sonic Wave and kill in front of you, dealing damage, slow all enemies hit, decreases damage dealt. Increases all your damage and healing casts. Increases defense, auto attack speed, cooldown rate. Buy tier 3 boots. Yeah, probably should, right? Nothing here, nothing here right now. Cape didn't have any, nothing here. Okay, so I'll buy a pair of tier 3. Let's see, buy tab. Foot leather tier 3.
My pleasure.
And we do that.
Want a trade? Made a profit?
And then click on this. Dodge, leap towards target position, becoming immune to all damage deep as a crowd control effects for 0.8 seconds. Movement speed increase. Start to sprint, decreasing movement speed, and cooldown rate goes down. Break free, dash towards target, remove all crowd control effects. Increases max weight. Increase damage and healing, auto attack speed, or cooldown. Okay. We got another letter. Guild application. There you go. Welcome into the guild, boys. Okay. I'm getting the hang of it. So in my journal, it now says wear a full set of tier 3 equipment. What am I missing? That's not tier 3. Wait, so I have to buy a tier 3 cape? I have to buy a tier 3 cape. Okay. To buy a cape tier 3.
Satisfied?
We do this.
Buying or selling?
And we get rid of that. Okay. Wait, what? I said get rid of that.
My pleasure.
And that finishes my journal thing. And then I can use this book to skill up XP. Defeat 10 mobs in a tier 3 static dungeon. Okay, so what's a static dungeon? Okay. You need party for that? Group content? The one you've been in before already? Dungeon where people group up to kill the boss, not soloable? Okay. Makes sense. Dungeon in open world, not instanced. How do I type? How do I do /guild chat? There's no guild chat. It's soloable, need specific gear. Okay. Oh, I like the visual display of how close I am to becoming a warlock there. I get it. Okay. And it's the same thing here where the torch is now auto leveling. And this increases the possibility of... Okay, I see. You should go and set home in Fort Sterling. To type in guild chat /G. Well, I did and it didn't work. I tried that. Oh, I had to type /guild. Hi. But I don't see the guild chat. What? Okay, that worked, but I don't see my guild chat. Deacon invited you for trading. What is this? Huh? Huh? Go into settings and select a new tab and it displays guild chat. Give 7k. Bro, no. Fuck you. I'm busy. Wait, so I have to go in here. Where the fuck is the guild chat? Oh, that's not checked by automatically? Wait, did that not save? Well, I did check it. Oh, now I can see it. Okay. That's kind of awkward. The DM and I have already made the guild, so we have a guild up. And anyone who wants to join is more than welcome to help us out in winning this. So we're not playing like the entire event starts tomorrow. I just wanted to like basically learn the game now. It keeps saying I have unselected skills picked. I have chosen these things. Oh, my chest piece. Oh. Cover yourself with flaming shield, increase your damage resistance, reflect incoming damage. Giving your bloodlust, restoring HP whenever you deal direct damage within the next 6 seconds. Increase the damage. Auto attacks. Cooldown rate. Since I'm going to use the PvE thing, then maybe the cooldown rate is not that bad, actually. Use bloodlust instead of the mend wounds. We're playing mercenary for bloodlust. Okay. Got it. It works in combat. Should I keep the shield then on whichever freaking item that was? Where's the shield? Who had the shield? I don't see the shield anymore. The helmet instead of the howl. This lowers damage. If you have mana problems, use the shield. I don't know if I have mana problems. Just equip the gear pieces. I'm just trying to learn the game. That's slowing enemies. Oh, the shield gives mana as well. Restore missing energy. All right, let's just do shield till we feel better about it. Howl is for PvP and shield is PvE. Makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it. So now that I'm basically, my understanding is I have now reached the point where I need to go out and kill enemies. I need to learn where the static dungeon is. Someone said something about going to Fort Sterling. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, there's so much in here. Okay. Albion Journal. Defeat Maul. Destiny board. Oh, that shows what I'm progressing right now. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't need that. Live in Fort Sterling for sure. Better prices, bigger economy. It's a center for many types of content. We're getting cursed tar. Laser from cursed staff. So how do I get the cursed tar? Level up the staff. Okay. Got it. Follow me. Okay. Got it. So we're riding. You said something about making Fort Sterling my home or something. Is that like setting my Hearthstone in WoW? So like when I travel back to home, it will go to Fort Sterling. Is that the stuff you're talking about? Yes. Okay. Got it. Like, I don't want to play too much today, so I just want to learn the basics and go through like the initial part of it, so that when we go live tomorrow, I'm gonna go fucking ham in this game, and we'll go from there. He's way faster than me. Is your hometown? He will do everything there. Okay. You can go to war against other cities? Oh. Holy fuck, the amount of people here. Oh, this is for... Okay. Fast travel different cities. In a fast travel from your current location. Press Y on players to inspect their items. Yeah, where do I go to set this as my home then? I'm following this guy right now. That's the Fort Sterling Market. Oh, that's inside our house. Oh. Jesus Christ. How do I get out of here? What the fuck? Last city visited, auto sets as home. Wait, how do I get back out to the okay. To the overworld. There's another exit over here. That looks like a set of stairs. Okay, found... Okay, there we go. They do lethal con. You can bind yourself to Fort Sterling and take something called Black Stone Portal. So now my return journey back goes to Fort Sterling. Got it. Oh, is within Black Lion region. Can I be attacked? What is this? Currently underway. Active factions flagging in participation. Town versus town war. Go to any yellow zone in adjacent to do more solo dungeon. But when you say yellow zone, like that's up here, tier 6 or something. Should I not be farming? Like these are full loot PvP zones, the red ones. And here's a tier 5, tier 4. That's 5, 6, 5. So should I not like try to stick to these? What is that blue symbol? Outpost. Or this white one here with a flag. And those are green. Oh, there's another eye. Oh, God. Whoa. Yeah, I didn't realize. I didn't see the world map on that. Okay. What is happening? Okay. Okay. Season bill is actually worth it to jump to yellows. You can handle them. Better XP and cash. Then look tier 4, then buy tier 4 or 4.2, and you can farm any zone. Okay. There's two continents. The big continent is black zone, all lethal, and the royal continent, which is a mix of safe and lethal content. When you say lethal, is lethal full PvP zones, or is that just the enemies are harder? If you're interested in city versus city warfare, there's a very good YouTube video guide explaining it very basic videos, like 20 minutes though. Red and black zone is full PvP. Big continent is black zones where player guilds themselves own regions and fight for control instead of NPC factions. Oh. Full PvP zones, red, yellow, limited PvP, no loot players, blue 100% save. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know the black one. I just saw I saw the other colors though being explained. You need to unlock too. I didn't read that. Black is 100% full loot PvP, the Wild West. Overall less XP there than PvP zones. Okay, makes sense. Press M and zoom out max. Upper is black zone. Yeah, that's what I saw. Like, I'm just looking at chat. So all of these are black zones then. Oh, there's a skull on them as well. And here, okay, so what's okay now? Okay, I got the difference between red and black then. Okay. What is this? Mountain Fort. Okay. Here's a town. Step Cross. Limhurst. Okay, got it. All right, well, I mean, I have pretty much a pretty decent idea of the game. There are biomes and each planet to set up resources. I don't want to play too much today because I want to go pretty hard tomorrow when the actual thing is happening. So I think that this is going to be it for today's stream. And tomorrow we're going to actually be playing this a lot. But I appreciate the help, guys, and all the information. Tomorrow we'll play this properly and I'll actually start progressing. So if you guys want to check it out, yeah, barely scratch the surface. Yeah, I just want to get the basics right because there's going to be so much fucking information in this game that I wanted to take it step by step, essentially. But if you guys want to check the game out, type !Albion or check the pin message and apply to the guild. You can join us there. We'll be playing tomorrow, both DM and me. And that's it, because I don't want to waste too much time like trying to start progressing today when I'm going to go ham tomorrow. I just want to learn the basics. I'll probably spend some time watching some videos and going from there, to be honest. I think that's what I'll do. But I'm going to send you guys over to someone. Let me find someone to raid. Is there English speaking? There's a lot of Spanish speaking here. And Russians. Where's the English ones? This guy? Is this English? All right, I'll read you guys out, Tim. You guys give him a big one welcome. I will catch you guys tomorrow. And I should hit Sis up. We love Albion. We're competing against this. So there's that. Guys, appreciate the support. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some proper Albion push. And till then, stay safe, keep rocking. And thanks so much for all the support today. See you guys tomorrow. GG's!
I have said all the information I need to say. Hey, did we give Derek a shout out earlier? Okay, we did. Nice.